Right, let's see if this is actually working fine. Right, let's see if this is actually working fine. Okay, looks like it is. Should probably change the title of that stream actually. Let's put 2026. I think I'll change the title there. Let's have a look if it does. It did. Good. Let's get the links posted out. Okay, it's responding, which is strange. On my side, not the actual stream itself. Let's have a look again. Okay, let's see if I can get myself on there now. Let's test it first. Right, so here I am, and go to the YouTube screen. Yes, bet. Zoomed out, but if I zoom a little bit, let me zoom in. No, hold on, scroll. Yeah, okay. So that's good. Right, so welcome to the UK Local Elections 2026 stream. Just getting the link sorted out here, so pretty much there. Now I've been told that 1 o'clock is probably the first result we get. So it's 1 o'clock UK time. Which, to be honest, it's not that far away, but I don't really see I'm going to be able to stay up that late to the time morning. I've got Sky News on my screen over here. I can watch it from here and see what's happening. I don't. I'm not going to personally watch Sky News, the live feed. I'll actually watch it add down the BBC. In fact, it's probably good better, believe it or not. And then see what's happening there. Give you the information as it comes in. Now that website you saw on the other screen, which I showed you very briefly, is from Election Maps, who are going to update their map as results come in, which is actually a good thing for us. They will know what's happening. So let's go back to here so I can see what's going on. Yeah, here we go. Got my tea, water, and of course we've got whiskey as well. So that'll be for later. The expectation is today that, or tonight, going to early hours tomorrow morning, is that Labour are going to get spanked, obviously. Reform are going to have a good day, and along with probably Greens as well, to be fair. And let me turn this fan off because making a bit of a sound in the background. Greens are expected to do well as well. Tories aren't going to do so well at all. They're going to lose seats as well. How many they're going to lose? I mean, they expect they're going to lose quite a bit. They'll gain some in other areas, but they'll lose too many around elsewhere. No doubt, mostly to Reform. The same applies to Labour. and Lib Dems are probably gonna have some wins, so that's to be expected as well. Lib Dems, I'm surprised, are doing better, but I don't see a point in their party anymore, quite frankly. But they're still there. They're just there as an extra in the movie, and that's about it really. And you got obviously, well, you got the Scottish and Welsh elections as well. Plaid Cymru are going to win, probably by a few points. Even if it's tied with Reform won't be able to form a government there. It'll be down to Plaid Cymru and maybe Labour or Greens. But Greens are a little bit far behind there. In Scotland, the expectation is that SNP will in fact win with a majority, and if they were just short, they'll get a belt to form a government either way. Reform may well be the leading opposition, and whether that's going to be the case or not, remains to be seen. It's not going to matter because they're not going to be able to affect much there. But Wales is an interesting part of this because this is the time where Reform can really put their foot in and basically ensure the Tories are pretty much consigned to history books there. But as for the Tory party itself going forward, they're not exactly extinct. They'll still be around. And we'll have to wait till the general election to see what happens there, but that's still some time to go. Tonight, there's also been speculation from the Times newspaper that Ed Miliband quietly went to Keir Starmer, apparently according to two sources that Times have, and said that he should plan for his resignation. In other words, plan out how he's going to phase it, put into phases where the point where he's going to end up quitting. And we don't know what else has happened apart from that. Maybe some former shadow cabinet ministers have said the same to him, which of course is hinting that they might put in Angela Rayner as the new leader. Plan to put it basically each place we're in to swap them over. I don't see how that's going to be a positive for Labour. That's all. Because it looks as if they're just waiting for an excuse to go in. Actually, I'm just keeping an eye on the news. That's why my eyes over this side. They're looking for an excuse to get rid of him, when in fact, quite frankly, you've got all the excuses in the world to get rid of him right now, but you haven't. You haven't done that. So despite what happens here tonight and into early hours of the morning, I honestly don't see what exactly that's going to achieve. But if it is true, the Prime Minister, in this case Keir Starmer, should sack Ed Miliband. And I mean literally tomorrow morning. Regardless of the results, okay? Unless of course Starmer wants to run out of number 10 as soon as he can. But there's no indication of that. He needs to sack him. The man has undermined you. Imagine you're the boss, right? And you're confident you're going to carry on, that no one else wants a job. No one's hinted or even indicated they want the job, because no one has in Labour. That's why Keir Starmer's still the Prime Minister. Then this clown Ed Miliband comes up to you and says, you know what, you should plan for your way out. If I was in Keir Starmer's shoes, fired, out. Get out. You're fired. You're not in this cabin anymore, get the hell out. But does Keir Starmer have the ball to do it? I don't think he does. Because people will say if he does that, then it might cause more problems and stir more anger. But quite frankly, it doesn't make a difference now. You might just do it. If you've got to go out, go over bank. Talking about the newspapers and Sky News. Oh, God, man. We've got local election, guys. All right, it's a pretty big deal. They're saying counting's on the way in all places, which is good, of course. And yes, I did vote. In fact, I voted just in time, in fact. Because the train system down here in the south was terrible. Lucky there were any trains. I might not have had the chance to vote. Time travel, so I left at 6:30 from work, because I want to make sure I can get in early. 6:30, and I got there because I take a different route. I managed to find a way around this. So I got there around, what was it, 8:45 to the station. I can walk to the office where the actual voting was taking place. So I was lucky that I took the alternative route. Otherwise, I'd been stuck, and I may have not made it in time to put that vote. And you vote for two candidates there, and you're allowed to use a pencil. They actually made a note in the booth where they say if you use anything but what we've given you, we could invalidate your vote. Essentially, that's what they were trying to say to us. Because obviously people were saying you can mark with a pencil and they can rub it off, which is true. But what I did was, let me show you, I think I can show you my actual, because I took a picture of it. Let me show you here. This is what I did. Let's go over here. But anyway, much is not going to happen, guys, until about 1 o'clock in the morning. For those who might have been joining earlier on, 1 o'clock in the morning is when the first results are going to come in. So, yeah. There could be some recounts as well, I suppose, if things are too close. Right, if I go over here. Oh, yeah, some of you. So if I copy that, paste it here, it should show on the other window. Oh wow, you can't even click on the picture in X anymore to look at the image of the tweet. Okay, that's odd. I'm not sure why you can't do that. I'll show you now, look. So there's the actual picture I took, and I can only do that. See, what it was, I put like an X, like rubbed it over and over and over and over again, like really hard, not to rip through the paper, but enough across, and made it as thick as I could. So I was scrubbing against it to make sure they can't do anything like that. So yeah, that's two reform candidates in spelt form, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I think they'll probably a reform win here, like a councillor. Maybe there's a chance. There's a chance. And remember, if you look at the let's go to the actual current seats in that area where I am. This is actually in Spelthorne. So if I go to my website, which is projectparley.co.uk, let's go here. If I go to elections, yeah. So it's a Tory held seat. Reform came in 4th place. This is in 2024, by the way. If you look at that, the Dems came 3rd, just ahead of Reform, and Labour were just behind Tories. But you can look at the percentages of loss there from the previous election. 25. So you go to 2019. This was an easy seat for Tories. Look at that. Kwasi Kwarteng. He ran twice, so he increases the lead even from 2017. Some of the vote probably went to the Dems there from Labour. 2015 they won, 2010 they won. They've been dominating this area, Tories. So that's wait to see what happens there. I'm not sure Reform can get that one. That's going to be one of the result from 4th place. But because percentages are so close, the swing of votes, you know, you got 29,000 down to 14,000, and 8,000 went to Reform. Yeah, that's an interesting one though. So yeah, Tories are doing this one. If the Tories are going to lose here in terms of the council, in fact, why don't we just look at the council scene and see what's going on in that place. So if I go to, because we had a by-election here as well not too long ago. Balfour Council councillors. Oh yeah, that's better. So we'll go here. Your councillors. Okay, 1 Conservative, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, it doesn't seem he has control over it. I presume it's Tories. I'm just going through the site now and seeing. So this area where I'm at, okay, it's under no overall control. So Joanne Sexton, who's the independent councillor, so it comprises of Labour, Green, Labour, Lib Dem, Independent. But Tories got 14, like the most so far. Liberal Democrats at 11, Independent Spelt Form Group 6, Labour 6, Independent 2. Okay. See what Reform can do there. That's going to be a bit of a shake-up, isn't it? Right, just a reminder, go back here. This is where the updates will come in. It's the best we can do. I've been watching the footage from BBC, not from Sky News. I can't stand Sky News anymore. Basically, Praetorian Guard media for Keir Starmer, pretty much. Or not for Keir Starmer, let's be fair. It's actually for the government, especially with these guys in power. Let's see here. What's been said? Okay, so what we should look at here is, right, let me show you this. This is from election maps. So of course this is the map we see. You can't even see it at the moment. If I get it back on the screen, help, wouldn't it? Well, no, sorry, you can see it. So, excuse me, this is what they've forecast that's likely to happen. Okay, that see, I don't get why is Twitter like this? Why not showing the actual picture? Oh God. Let's try a different way. Hold on, let's try this way. Let's go back here. Try here instead. Let's see if this works. Like it doesn't work in the browser. Try here now. So open the window. I think this is probably better now. Okay. So the extra maps are saying that in Wales, they're looking at Plaid Cymru to get about 37, Reform about 34, Labour on 13, Tories on 6, Greens on 5, Lib Dems on 1. So they would have enough of Labour to form a coalition, obviously, which I think was pretty obvious to begin with. And Reform will be the opposition, yeah, which was to be expected based on that as well. So in Scotland, that you got 56 for SNP, which means they're down by 8, and then you've got Reform on 19. It's weird the way it's done here. I don't understand. So versus constituency, they get 14 regional. Okay. Labour 17, down by 5. Greens up by 6 on 14. Tories down to 12, down by 19. Lib Dems up to 11, plus 7 from last time round. That is what those guys are saying. So go back here. Nothing else at the moment. As I said, the local election results won't be coming until about, what does it say here? It says 1 o'clock. So still about, God, 2 hours away. If nothing comes up in the next half an hour, what we'll do, we'll pause the stream, wait till about 12:30, and then we'll begin the stream. Or potentially you could wait till about 10 past 11, because that's how long is that? 15 minutes away. Because BBC's coverage starts, so I'll see what they talk about for 15-20 minutes, and we can pause it and come back later. There's not much we can really talk about based on that. I mean, there's not much predictions I can make here. If I just show the screen again. So for those who just joined, maybe who are a bit unfamiliar what's happening, largest vote share here was a lower tier, maybe upper tier as well, in terms of seats. So lower tier, you've got London here actually. If I just zoom in, okay. So there's quite a lot of defence here for Liberal Democrats. I mean, Liberal Democrats here, you can't really see it because the screen's a bit small for you guys maybe. I'll zoom as much as I can. So I'll read out to you. You've got the southwest section of London. Lib Dem territory down in Norbiton, Hampton, basically Richmond upon Thames. Kingston upon Thames as well. Tories done well there in the past. Merton's a mixed bag. In Sutton, a bit mixed bag as well. Some independents. South Croydon, again a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, the further south you get away, the further away you get from London, the more Tory it is. But what we do know is that what is it doing? There you go, that's better. In Havering, these kind of areas here, Epping Forest, and that's likely to be Conservative reform. So on the outskirts of London, you're going to see probably blue turquoise colour, and here in the south is probably Lib Democrats, so it'll be orange. In the centre though, you could see a mixed bag between Labour, Greens and Tory, but more likely to be Labour or Green. That makes sense. Okay, so Enfield, Tories done pretty well here. Again, these are outside of the area, so the Democrats aren't too badly here. This is in West Oxfordshire. That's Cherwell, next there. You've got Swindon. So 2 places I reckon we should be keep an eye on. Oh, this is a bit further north, isn't it? So Birmingham. Is this map wrong? Because it says Newcastle underline here. Newcastle's up here. Oh, there it is. I think that's one time. Was that where Newcastle underline is? Okay, fair enough. Maybe it is. I didn't know there's 2 Newcastles. Is that right? Okay. Lincoln, North East Lincolnshire, Kingston upon Hull, Calderdale, West Lancashire. Calderdale, by the way, is famously one of the places we saw with the grooming gangs in there. That's absolutely scandalous, but there we are. Okay. So the upper tier down here, this is more Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Hampshire, West Sussex and East Sussex. Okay, so this is actually the local elections in England, not the local elections. The elections you've got in Scotland and Wales are separate from this. And one thing to note as well is that this does not impact the general election for those of you who are not familiar with the system here. So it's not going to impact who sits who has what seats in the Parliament. The Prime Minister, of course, could well leave, based on the story I heard from the Times. But if that's not true, that story, then he needs to sack. Well, either way, he needs to sack Ed Miliband for that. I couldn't believe when I read it. I thought that's just going too far. So that's how long left. So about 10 minutes to go till the BBC coverage starts. Oh, I'm really tired. Oh. Let's have a look here. I will say it wasn't, from everything I've seen, it was an incredible campaign for reform. They couldn't any more than that. They did everything they could in this local election. Let's put it that way. Everything. So we'll see what happens there. Now, people have been paying attention to places like Great Yarmouth because of Restore Britain. Again, I can't make any predictions. It's going to be very outside what's going to happen there. I'll be shocked if Reform then pick up most seats there. Absolutely shocked. I get some whiskey here. Why not? So they're counting now in Basildon, according to Sky News. But I'm going to switch over to BBC in about 10 minutes. I think that's enough. Yeah. So, for now, All Eyes are going to be number 10 tomorrow, no question. Talking about football on Sky News now. Okay, fair enough. No problem. Get some cool water in that, I think. And the papers are talking about secret meetings and all that. Jesus. So apart from that, I'm just waiting to see what comes out. So BBC, I'll switch over to that in about 5 minutes or so. I think I'll have a cup of tea after this. Got Kathy Newman on, but it's Sky News. Geez, that's one good reason to turn off. Okay, what we've got here now, I'm checking the latest information. Any tweets, any rumours, let's see. Okay, Politics UK. This is this is interesting. So, okay, note the actual numbers, not to be deceived by them, because I say not to be deceived by them, actually more to do with, by the way, when it comes to accounting, they do keep a close eye on this, so don't think there's any fraud, fraud action of people trying to cheat or fraud. There's actually very little of that. Let's go here. Okay, so this is probably the lower end of the numbers, or at least in between. So if I go here, Politics UK, based on interactive map, is suggesting that Reform will get 1,480 seats. This is actually the plus. So, of course, Reform have nothing from these current ones being defended, if that makes sense. Then you've got the Democrats plus 286, they'll gain. Modest gain from them, to be fair. So Labour this year are being almost replaced by Reform in terms of numbers. So they're going to lose nearly 1,600 here. Conservatives are going to lose 631. That's not a good result for them. Greens are going to gain 344, taking them just over 500. Independents will be down by 102, but they've noted here Muslim independents, interesting category, plus 177. And I'm going to assume that some of that's going to come from Birmingham, although there's nothing to suggest that will be the case. Let's have a look. Let's go here. You know what's so funny about this? Almost as if they're using a similar setup that I've got in my website, which is fine. I have no problem with it. It's not copying, just the way it is setup wise. So we look at closely here. So the Muslim independent in Darnall, blimey, the Reform will be second place in that one. Another one here in Batley East, Dewsbury West, Your Bradford Independent Group. I don't think they're not actually referred as a Muslim independent on the actual cards, but it just they're obviously a coalition of people, but they're not referred to as Muslim independents. That makes sense. So, that one, Clayton and Fenway Green. It says they predict that Your Bradford Independent Group will get 28.5, and Reform comes in second place, 23.2. Okay. But again, look at these areas here. This is all blue, turquoise colour. So in Wakefield, Barnsley, that's a bit better, isn't it? You can actually see a bit more clearer. So the Liberal Democrats doing pretty well here, actually, in this south of this Stockport area here. Tameside is turquoise. You can see, kind of split. As you go into the centre, Manchester. Workers' Party of Britain was independent, so in Cheetham will be claimed by Workers' Party of Britain apparently. They'll get another one here in Crumpsall, Whalley Range, Moss Side, Lost Site, Burnage, and in Blackburn, they're getting quite a few here. Can't tell what's happening over here though. Okay. Oh. I said a mixed bag over here. So if we go down here, this is Birmingham here. That's interesting. The Birmingham one's going to be quite something because this same Reform are sweeping all areas here. So in Sam and Wolverhampton, that's outside of Birmingham, sorry, but in and around Birmingham you can see the Tories and the Dems here. So in Birmingham, Billesley, that's Conservative. White's Heath Reform as well. Kings North and North. So Labour are still going to hold on here, according to this, some seats, but they got broken up here. Muslim independents all over here. Workers' Party of Britain, Shard End, Handsworth. You have to remember this has happened before, but there has been fractures like this before in the past. This is not new, just so you understand. There's nothing new about this, but and it has gone back to Labour in the future. If you look in the past and elections. A few elections after that, these kind of parties disappear and it goes back to Labour typically. So Reform doing pretty well in, which place is this again? Belley, Sandwell, Walsall. So play just around Birmingham to northwest. And over here, Nuneaton, Coventry. Well, that's interesting. So Coventry, where isn't it Zara Sultana's the MP there? Well, Reform incoming. If that is the case, I presume that it's Coventry, isn't it? She's the MP there, or one of the MPs. Rugby here, and you've got Tories here doing pretty well in Rugby as well. Lib Dems jump there, let's go further south. As you can see, Lib Dems are sweeping in areas like here. As I said, it's not definite results, just giving an idea what might happen. So if I zoom out again, so Lib Dems down here in Winchester, for Tory is still quite strong down in the south there. Reform UK picking up some here in Southampton. So in Surrey and Hampshire areas, okay, why am I not looking at the area where I am in? That'd be quite handy, wouldn't it? So let's see, London is here, Norfolk, Osterley, Southall, Broadway, Reform. Really? Oh, just because they're saying 51% chance of winning the seat. Okay, that I did not expect. That's a surprise. Down here, Reform. Oh, just Hounslow. Although numbers are up here from the see. Look at this chart here. Oh no, you can't see it because my ugly face is on the way. Let me get rid of my beautiful face. Let's get there. We go. In the bottom right hand corner, you probably can just about see it towards the bottom right hand corner of the screen. This pie chart is almost half Reform winning the seat in Hamworth Village in Hounslow is at 74%. That's got to be at 49%, not 50, not 75. That's incorrect. The pie chart speaks for itself, basically, but it's a bit wrong there. So in West Surrey, Sunbury Common, Ashford. Okay, that's actually not a bad win there. Bedfont, Stanwell. Okay. So this is close to me, yeah. Oh wow, so the Reform should win where I am. Okay, we'll take that. Just to further out where we are in Staines, this is mostly where I am as well. So these two areas here, I think Stanwell probably covers it as well, I suppose. It should probably would do, yeah. So Reform take 2. Lib Dems take 1. Yeah, my God, look at this share though. But the thing is, their thing says here, the official Monster Raven Loon Party will get 12% of the vote here. Just ahead of them Greens, it's Conservative. Conservative down 12.8. That's terrible. So just ahead of the Monster Raven Party. No, that can't be right. I don't think that's right. Okay, they'll be happy with that one in Enfield Green with Virginia Water. They'll be happy with that one in the Tory camp. To get the hold on to that one. So Greens, you can see, are making a lot of headway in London, Lewisham. This is London area here. Okay. So these are Tower Hamlets, which is not a surprise. Won't have to say anything, you know what I'm talking about. In Newham, Independents though. So these are not what you think they are, but they're independents, right? So there's quite a few independents in this area here. Then Greens have come over in this side of East part of London as well. You can see Reform are on the outside of London area, which is inside outside of it, on the outskirts, let's say, surrounding areas. Then, as I predicted, Lib Dems will do really well in Southwest London. I've said this in my previous video. That to be true. And in Hounslow, Greens look like they'll do well there. A mixture of Labour as well. But Ealing, Southall Broadway, I'm surprised by that. Look at this. Look at the red colours around that. If I just let's go back to my ugly mark quickly. Can I get a snapshot of this? See if it's right now. I'll show you what I mean by this. If I for flipping X's sake, let's try again. Okay, so if I go back here, right? What? Because they keep changing the colour on that video. So Reform will be right here. But look at the surrounding. This is all Labour. This is all Labour. That's green. That's green as well. Green here. Green here. Little Democrats here. That one little fly stays as Reform. That's incredible. If that turns out true, that is actually quite outstanding from Reform. That's one hell of an effort. And let me remind you, in Southall, if you're people not familiar with Southall, well, if you are, you know exactly what I mean by that. But yeah. Well done to Reform if they win that one. Jeez. Shocked, I tell you. So that's what's showing there. Let's see. Opinion polls, yeah, Reform look like they're going to get about 1,500 because they're saying the lower end is about 1,000 or so, and the higher end is 1,800. For the Democrats, 654 to 902, and we're not talking about the actual gains, we're talking about the actual numbers in the end. So because Reform are at zero, that's why they're getting there's such a huge number for them. Labour losing from 902 to 1,346. Conservatives losing 484 to 892. Greens gaining from 484 to 898. And others will drop down. But of course, your independents coming in, so there'll be some new independents as well in that. And the thing is, if I go back to my if I go to my website, let me copy this over because I think that's actually pretty good. Let's put it over here. Sorry, back to my screen. So that's the one we just saw now. If I go to my national calculator, because I haven't got like a local war thing. If you apply current, the most recent polls fully, let me set it back to what it should be, and I then say generate national prediction, it will have Reform on 301, Labour 135, Lib Dems on 80, Tories on 60, SNP will go up to 36. Sorry, it reminds me to put it back on the BBC because I need to change channel here. I will say LG I think is better than Samsung when it comes to TV. So it's just my opinion, but I think that is better. So counting's on the way. 136 English councils to declare. Labour's defending 2,500 or so seats. Tories are defending 1,364. Okay, we'll see what Reform do here. Yeah, sorry, back to my national poll calculator. SNP on 36, Greens on 10, Sinn Féin on 8, DUP on 5, Plaid Cymru on 4, Independents 4, Workers' Party 1, Workers' Party of Britain, which I think run by George Galloway, Speakers 1, but that's actually Lindsay Hoyle's seat, who's actually a Labour MP, so 136 for Labour, not 135. Your parties 1, Restore Britain is 1, which is obviously Great Yarmouth. Alliance 1, Traditional Unionist Party 1, UUP 1. It will be a hung parliament. And that means that there's only a couple of things that can affect this. Of course, if Reform jump in the polls again, they'll probably have a majority. If unemployment was to go up, or let's say inflation goes to 3%, based on this calculation, Reform will still be on 303, not much gain there at all. But then, if you were then say unemployment goes up a little bit more, would there be any change there? Probably not much. 319, still short. So worse economic conditions, similar poll numbers would put, I think, Reform over the top. Otherwise, they're going to have a coalition of the Tory party, which is not exactly the best thing, but it will do. For now, there's still a way to go. That's just a calculation based on that. There's no results on local elections at the moment because not getting results at the moment until apparently 1 o'clock. I don't know who this lady's name is on BBC News. I forgot her name. Not exactly a fan favourite in the UK. And we've got counting Exeter, counting Reading at the present time. And let's see what's the latest on Twitter. No. There could be potential that in Wales that the Labour, this has been mentioned, First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan, will become the first sitting First Minister to lose her seat since devolution, which is quite a story. But again, that's in Wales. We'll see what happens in Scotland as well. Let's see here. So Scotland, Wales, it looks like so this is why I'm not going to do an all-nighter. because it's not worth it. Because if Scott and Wales will come in tomorrow morning, I will stay up all morning until, like, let's say 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning. They're not. I've been told they'll come probably tomorrow afternoon and in the evening. But they are going to counting them. There's no question about it. These are quite big. Although, why that long? I have no idea. That's the way they do things over there. So, what else we got here? The BBC is rambling on the moment, nothing come out. Let's just see what happens in the first declared results. So what I might do, give them 10-15 minutes, see if anything else comes out in terms of elections and that. And because what I'll do, I'm going to pause it, the stream, and then I'll come back probably later. What I might end up doing is, I mean, not that you want to watch it, I might do the BBC coverage here, if I can. So it's and we can, which is strange because the BBC isn't it, so they won't actually allow us to. Actually, I'll leave it on the feed for now. So let me put it on here because I'll put myself on mute. And what I'm going to do, so I'll still be here, don't worry, but I'll come back later because I honestly don't see a point of sitting in front of an hour or so where there's nothing else to talk about until the results start coming in. The first result that comes in, I'll go back online again. But I'll still, the stream will still be on. So if I just go back here, I'll show what I mean by this. Okay, there we go. I'll take my ugly off the screen. You don't want to see me there. I'm still talking a moment. So the live feed from BBC will show here. Okay, I mentioned before a Labour minister. Let's lose in Wales, a reform and play Cymru over the top spot. That should be fun if she does lose a seat, to be fair. Starmer says, to all Labour MPs and volunteers who support local campaigns across the country, thank you. Together we'll build a stronger and fairer Britain. Okay, fair enough. One thing to note as well before I do go off, briefly, is that there's no question that there's going to be a reshuffle in government, and there'll be an opportunity for him to kick Miliband out, which is probably the best thing that will ever happen for Labour. Not it will change much, but it'll be good, a good start. So yeah, we shall see. So I'm going to leave on here, guys. I will cut myself out from here. This stream will still be ongoing until we start getting results. So I'll be back later. You can bore yourself with the text feed from BBC if you want by reading it when it comes out. And then, like I said, if you hear my voice, that means I'm back, and I'll be going through some of the results they come in. Okay, just briefly back, because what I'm going to do is going to put the live feed on from BBC. It makes everything better to that way. Let's try that. Oh, jeez, a bit bright. Just heard David Lammy say on the BBC, he doesn't know what to say. They can't defend this. It's a mess.
Polls. Now, I think all the political parties are currently looking back to any party on those numbers, from a way down below that at the moment. So
I think from those numbers, there's obviously going to be some significant losses in parts of the country.
Significant losses.
Well, I mean, you've looked at what's look at what's out there. I mean, Zia Yusuf was tweeting just recently saying Reform are going to be getting over 2,200 seats in these elections. I don't know if they'll quite get that high, but we're coming from 43% to where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
That was just after Boris had come out of hospital.
Yes, but lots of these seats that are up tonight were also fought in 2022.
Yes,
so
exactly. And on those ones, well, let me speak about the 2022 ones. You're absolutely right. 2022 is also, that's when a lot of the London councils are up for grabs as well. And as David was saying earlier on, we'll have to see what happens in places like Wandsworth and Westminster, where I think there is a Labour Conservative fight there as well, which also reflects some of those important parliamentary seats.
And we'll hear on the ground, in fact, in a few minutes from our reporter who is at the count in Wandsworth. But I just wonder, your leader's had nearly 2 years in charge now, and the party might be more chipper in Westminster. But why are you not doing better in the polls? I mean, you're leeching supporters.
Well, I think the truth is I think we are doing better in the polls than we were doing. So I think that would be fair to say since Kemi took over, and Kemi's now coming up in a positive way on the doorstep in a way that actually people are.
But you've just said you're going to have significant losses, and that's real votes. That matters much
significant
more
losses
than
compared to 2021, when we were at 43%. Now no party's at 43% at the moment. So that's going to be seen in that context.
Okay. Well, David Bulls put a number on the seats that he's given us his seat range. How many do you expect to lose?
I wouldn't want to put a number on it at this stage. We'll have to start to see some real results coming through.
Okay, Richard Millward from the Greens. I mean, your party has had a huge sort of fizz in the polls in the last couple of months, but a very tricky couple of days in terms of your leader, Zach Plansky. What's your expectation as polls have closed tonight?
Well, I think this is an exciting election for us. We're coming into it, say, with more membership than we've ever had, but I mean, pretty much quadrupled over 8 months. We've gone from about 60,000 in September, October to 230,000 now. And we have gone up in the polls, and you can see in the graph we saw earlier that it's a more recent rise than Reform. They started to dip, we started to come up, and I think people who are feeling such dissatisfaction and anger in the status quo, and it is a lot to do with the horrifying cost of living and this kind of raging inequality. And I think people have felt angry, felt dissatisfied, and some people have turned to Reform. And then I think other people, once we kind of have come on the scene with much stronger leadership and messaging, people have realised that actually there's an alternative that's hope-based. And we would make a difference to ordinary people's lives, bring those bills down, combat that inequality, which actually isn't what Reform will do, who are funded by billionaires and actually part of the establishment. You take the leftovers from Conservatives. And so I think people have got on board with that message. It's been really wonderful and energising, be it out in the streets, like up and down the country, rurally and in the cities, and just the joy actually of people coming together and saying, we're not an island of strangers, we're a nation of neighbours, and let's get out there and make hope. People who've never been involved in politics before have been getting out on the streets with us. It's been fantastic.
Some people haven't found it very joyful when the views that some of your candidates have expressed with incredibly offensive views and anti-Semitism that they've expressed online. People haven't found that joyful.
No, that is appalling, and that will be rooted out. And that's what we're in the process of doing. They're in our disciplinary system, and that is something that we're dealing with. Absolutely. I mean, that's been incredibly painful and difficult, but it will be dealt with.
Okay. Well, there's going to be plenty more debate around the table in the next couple of hours, but let's take you, as promised, straight to counts. Let's talk to Simon Dedman, our reporter, who is in Basildon. Simon, thanks for joining us. Now, we had a snippet earlier that a senior Conservative on the ground said that Reform appears to have won all 14 seats there. Fill us in.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm being told by a senior Conservative, but also from an independent councillor as well, that they believe that all 14 seats up here in Basildon are likely to be won by Reform UK, which would be a real landslide and what is often a classic British bellwether seat, traditionally between the Conservatives and Labour, but now Reform winning seats in both their parts of this borough. Now, it should be said the verification process is still underway. Reform UK are being a little bit more cautious on the ground. They do think that they're going to win a landslide amongst the seats that are up here tonight, but they don't necessarily know if they're going to take them all. If they did win all 14 seats that are up here in Basildon, it would make them the largest party. But of course, as it's only a third of the seats that are up, they're then going to have to, if they can form an administration, do so with others. And that could be very, very tricky. Think about the sort of hung parliament that we had at the end of the last decade. That's what's going to happen here at the local level. And it has been quite a fraught campaign here on the ground. And this is going to be a big test, of course, for, in particular, two National Party leaders who are Essex MPs, Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch just this week, in the last days of this campaign, manning a station in Billericay within this borough, trying to bolster support for her Conservative Party, which, you know, she's described Essex as her home. And Nigel Farage has also been out in this county as well. Just one other bit of intel to bring you so far. What I am hearing across Essex tonight is actually turnout looks like it is higher up compared to other local elections. And some people here in Basildon are saying in some parts of this borough, it's actually looking more like a turnout in a general election. And that is what has caused quite a few surprises here so far.
Simon, thank you so much. And turnout's often a bit of a mystery ingredient when it comes to elections, because it can affect different parties in different ways, whether it is low or high. Just before we go to Wandsworth in London, as it happens, Richard Holden, Basildon is in your constituency, isn't it?
Well, actually, the Basildon Borough covers my constituency and also a large part of the South Basildon and East Thurrock constituency.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if Reform wins either all of or nearly all of the seats up for grabs in Basildon tonight,
well,
what does that say about how your local area have a view of you?
Well, I think, well, as I said, there's already a former Reform MP there, but I think he left the party after some issues in the south of the borough as well. UKIP did very well in the council elections in 2014 as well, I think, in the Basildon borough, where they won, I think, most of the seats in that election well, and then obviously went on to lose at the next round of elections as well. So I think let's not take anything for granted. Also, these are very early reports with no votes being counted. So, you know, let's just, I think we should take all of these reports at this stage with a pinch of
course, and it is early in the evening. However, I think some voters, and we know when election watchers have got long memories, and people might remember, we all watched the pictures of you pacing around up and down at your general election count. I'm sure it's not a happy memory for you, but it was one of the very interesting. Well, you did, but only with a majority of 20.
Well, 20 is plenty. As some of those speed limits in those London boroughs, which I'm not always a big fan of.
I was going to say, I thought you were campaigning against them, but it is pretty. I mean, that would be a big deal, would it not? I mean,
well, as I said, in 2014, you know, UKIP did a huge sweep of a lot of these seats, and then they went back a year or two later. Let's just see what happens. The turnouts, I think the turnout question is very interesting, because that's something I noticed as well. There was also a very big turnout early doors in the postal votes earlier in the campaign, which we noticed a couple of weeks ago. And that was before some of these newest, more recent stories, like the £5 million that Mr Farage has been you know, took before the general election, but from this crypto billionaire, before that sort of story started to play into the campaign.
So you think that might have damaged Reform in the last few days?
Well, it certainly was being brought up in the last few days, but wasn't a few weeks ago.
It hasn't come up at all on the doorstep. This is a Westminster bubble story. Nigel is probably the best-known politician in this country, I would say. Well, one of the best-known politicians. I will correct that slightly. But he.
Well, do you think no member of the public is bothered that a politician took £5 million from somebody?
No, what I was going to say was that
nobody cares about that
he wasn't an MP at the time.
Well, he was an MP very shortly after.
He was, but let me just explain that. So £5 million was so £5 million was given to Nigel for his personal security. Remember, Nigel's house was. Hang on a minute. Nigel's house was firebombed. All of us have had threats of various levels, and that was a donation to him as a friend. He was not standing at that time. He did not intend to stand at that time. And our understanding is that he didn't have to declare that. And if it is an issue, then IPSA can investigate. And that, as far as I'm concerned, is the end of
But
that
hang on,
matter.
just to be clear, you just said it was a donation. He had originally, the
gift.
party said it was a personal gift.
It was a gift.
And anyone who stands as an MP are meant to declare things that they've received in the run-up to becoming an MP, not just from the moment
Sure.
they're elected.
So-
That's why this is important.
So we believe that it's not an issue, but it is a matter for IPSA, and if IPSA decides
parliamentary
for the
expenses
parliamentary authorities, and
yeah.
if they decide to investigate, that's for them to do.
You were guffawing on the other side of the table, you three.
5 million quid for security.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? What, Brinks-Matt? I mean, what?
Well, have you seen the threats levelled at Nigel?
This,
I mean, they are extraordinary.
this is an most of us would declare a gift over
But
150,
let me just take you
200
a step
quid.
back. On the doorstep, not one person has mentioned
That's
it
just
to
not
me.
true, David. They did it
No,
to me today.
Well, I'm just saying to me. And I've seen 30,000 people. I've been around this country for 10 months. I've done more
Well,
campaigning than anyone else that I know.
in fairness, it's only the last week and a bit that we've known about this story. And we all know Nigel should have declared it, well over a year ago. But, so obviously they wouldn't have mentioned it to you at any point until the last few days.
But the issues that matter to people in this country, the fact the country is falling apart, it's far too difficult
I think they want
for
to be able to.
businesses
I think they want all
operate.
politicians
The
to follow
net
the
zero
same rules.
nonsense
I think
is a problem. And that is what people are saying on the doorstep. And this will be a referendum on Keir Starmer. You know you're in trouble. You know you're in trouble. And I think that Labour could lose 2,000 seats tonight. I think the Tories could lose something like 600, 700 seats. And I think that those two main parties are in big trouble.
All right. We will continue this debate with this bunch of wallflowers in a couple of minutes' time. Let's take you to Wandsworth. My colleague Adina Campbell is there for us now. Wandsworth is an interesting place for us to check in on, held by Labour now. But the Conservatives have had hopes of snatching it back. Adina, what's the atmosphere where you are? Are there any Tory smiles, or is it just too early to tell?
Well, I have to say, Laura, it does feel really tense here inside Wandsworth Town Hall because, as you say, so many people are watching closely to see what happens. This is a council that could change by tomorrow morning. Now, there are 400 people packed inside this space. As you can see, the postal votes are already being counted. Many more ballot boxes are expected in the coming hours. It's important to say that the result of the Wandsworth Borough isn't expected until about 6 a.m, so we do have quite a few hours to wait. Now, we keep hearing, don't we, the words fractured, fragmented, multi-party politics, that phrase. But here, it is expected to be a two-horse race between Labour and the Conservatives. And to understand why, we have to look back at what's happened here in this borough over the last 50 years. For most of the 1970s, this council was under Labour control. But from 1978 all the way through until 2022, this council was run by the Conservatives. It was seen as a flagship council, described as one of Margaret Thatcher's favourite boroughs. But in 2022, Labour took control of this council, a symbolic defeat for Boris Johnson's government. So we are hearing that we could expect a very tight race between the Labour Party and the Conservatives tonight. We do have a few more hours to go. Labour will be bitterly disappointed if they do manage to, sorry, I'm getting my words mixed up here, but Labour will be really, really disappointed if they do lose control of this council. If the Conservatives manage to win this council, they will be delighted. So we have to watch this space. Many people will be glued to find out exactly what happens here.
OK, Adina, thank you. Give us a holler when there's any news that we can update people watching, and that will be certainly one of the races that people are looking at very carefully in London. And there are, of course, lots of different council races in London, so that will be a big part of the story. The stories from Scotland and Wales are absolutely vital, but those results we will not have until tomorrow because the counting is all taking place then. So just for our housekeeping rules, tonight we're focusing on the English council results as they begin to come in. And of course, one of the other political parties will be watching everything as it evolves, the Liberal Democrats. Sarah Olney, a South West London MP, can join us from the newsroom, Liberal Democrat. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. So the other four have been all giving us their expectations of the kind of night they're looking at. What's the Liberal Democrats' forecast for how you're going to do?
Well, we're looking forward to a really good set of results, in our 8th year, a record-breaking 8th year of making gains in local elections. We're looking to do well, make gains across London. We're looking to do well in places like Stockport and Portsmouth and Hampshire. Yes, we're very confident of making gains.
And why do you think that you will do well, Sarah? What messages have been working for you?
Well, to be honest, I think the debate in the studio there really does show some of it, because I think people are getting really frustrated with the traditional two parties, with the Conservatives and with Labour. And yet what we get from Reform and the Greens, it's sort of populist, it's quite extremist. People just want a group of politicians in their local council who are going to listen to their communities, who are going to focus on fixing the problems, people who are looking to build things up rather than blow it all apart. And that's what the Liberal Democrats offer. We already run successfully lots of councils across the UK, and people can see that we work hard, we listen to communities, and we do what we say we're going to do.
But if you are so confident that your message has really been cutting through tonight, why aren't you expecting to make, very significant strides and, maybe a transformative night in the way that Reform's incredibly hopeful and also the Greens are feeling incredibly hopeful? If you're looking at picking up, 100 or 150 seats or something like that, that's quite modest, isn't it?
I don't think it's modest. I think it's partly, we've been out knocking doors. We've knocked 3.5 million doors in this campaign. We've spoken to 1 million voters. But as I say, it is partly that we are listening to communities and we are thinking carefully about what we can offer. But we're making gains in some of those places where we won that record-breaking 72 MPs in 2024, and also in the places that we look forward to making gains at the next general election. So we are really, taking our time to make sure that we are delivering for those people.
And what's going to happen in Hull, do you think? It's one of the places we've already been watching the race on the ground. You run it now, but Labour's hoping to maybe take a bite out of your control there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously, we run it now, but only on a very, very small margin. So obviously a small change in the vote there could potentially flip it one way or the other. So we'll just have to wait and see, I think, in Hull.
Sarah Olney, thank you very much indeed for being with us for now. Right, let's unpick some of this party spin with the nation's favourite pundit, Professor Sir John Curtice, who's been listening carefully, of course, and will be giving us the numbers that we need to know through the night. Welcome, Sir John. Here we go. Great to have you with us as ever. So
nice
all of the parties have been giving us their sort of expectations. Oh, it's going to be tough, or it's going to be wonderful. What is your, I know you'll tell me off if I say prediction, but what are you looking out for?
Oh, well, the question that's facing us in these elections is the message of the opinion polls, which is that the challenge to the Conservative-Labour duopoly that has dominated British politics since 1945, whether indeed the challenge that those two parties jointly now face is indeed something that threatens their continuation as dominant parties. According to the opinion polls now, they have the support between them of fewer than 2 in 5 people. And the opinion polls have never registered that level. It's been running at that level ever since the autumn of last year. And the question, however, is, well, will indeed Reform do as well as some of the polls anticipate, given that the polls have weakened a little bit for Reform? So maybe, will we see signs that maybe it's tailed off a bit? The Greens, yes, clearly risen according to the opinion polls. But the challenge for them as a party that perhaps is still running fourth is how do they turn votes gained into seats gained? And even in London, where clearly their best prospects seem to lie for the most part, the polls have been saying that while Labour is way, way down on where it was 4 years ago when these seats were last fought, the Greens are still running behind Labour in London, and that therefore, they might be ahead of Labour in the odd council here, borough council here or there. But I don't think necessarily, well, put it like this, if the Greens do make sweeping gains in London, it will be a much more substantial success for them than we're currently anticipating.
And in terms of the numbers that our politicians were bandying around, let's just sort of go in turn. So David Bull for Reform was saying, oh, well, if we get 900, 1,000, that would be amazing. But quite a few estimates I've seen have put them far higher than that.
Well, I'm going to say to you, Laura, that in many years' experience, the road to hell is paved with attempts to try to set expectations about local government elections in terms of seats won or lost. And indeed, actually, we've already heard a little bit of that this evening. There's been the suggestion that because the Labour Party lost 1,000 seats or so back in 1999 in Tony Blair's second term that, this is just demonstrates that, second year into term that you're going to lose a lot of seats. What's perhaps forgotten when that point is made is that the seats that were up for grabs that year, 1999, were previously fought over in 1995, when according to the projected national share, which we'll talk a lot more about tomorrow, but a summary measure of how well the parties were doing in the local elections as a whole, Labour had a record 21-point lead. So although they were still ahead in the projected national share back in 1999, inevitably they lost lots of seats. But the point is, this game about gains and losses, you need to understand the baseline, which I think perhaps we should now explain, because it is a little bit complicated. And again, there's been references to that in your discussion this evening. 2/3 of the seats that are up for grabs yesterday or today were last fought in 2022. This was the period when Boris Johnson was still Prime Minister, but Partygate had been revealed to the nation and the Conservatives were behind in the polls. There's then another set of around 1 in 6 or so of where the seats were last fought over in either 2023 or 2024, when Labour were even further ahead in the polls. So I think, in fairness, one has to say straight away that for the most part, Labour is not only having to defend urban England, which is predominantly their territory, but they're for the most part having to defend these seats at a time when the party was riding much higher in the polls than they are now. That said, 1 in 6 of the seats were indeed last fought over in 2021, and there's been a reference to that. And that is true of the 6 county council elections that are taking place, and they're taking place this year rather than last year because the government postponed them last year but were stopped by the courts from doing so again. And it is indeed the Tories' misfortune that these councils, which are predominantly Conservative, last fought over when the Conservatives were indeed, it was the vaccine balance that's already been referred to, and the Tories were indeed running high in the polls. And it is the Tories' misfortune, as it were, they're defending their territory against also a relatively high baseline year. But that will only account for a small amount of whatever Tory misfortune befalls them tonight, because I've already said the vast bulk of the seats were last fought over when the Conservatives were behind, and in some instances well behind in the opinion polls.
John, thank you very much indeed for now, and of course we'll be back with you right throughout the night. David Lammy, Professor Sir John, very clear there that, well, at this stage talking about any precise numbers is a bit of a fool's errand. There's a massive challenge to you as a party to show that you are not going to be swept away.
Look, in the end, the people of Britain will pass their judgment on us in 3 years' time at a general election. We said that we were going to deliver change. They want to see real change in their lives. And I've got no doubt if we do not deliver that, we'll be out on our backsides. We have to accelerate the pace of change. We have to respond to the frustration that people are seeing. No doubt about that. I think that what they have seen is a Prime Minister who has been very good internationally, has delivered for Britain and stood up on the world stage. But domestically, the pace of change has been slower than people wanted. Now, look, we've only been in power 20 months. When I see those breakfast clubs in schools, when I see people lifted up because of the minimum wage, when I think of the children who will not be beneath the poverty line because of the decision we made on the two-child benefit cap, that will deliver change, of course. But I recognise, particularly with what's going on in the Middle East, that people are feeling it. They've been feeling it since 2008. They're frustrated, and we cannot be the status quo. We have to be the insurgents.
But what is it you're going to do differently?
Well, we have the King's speech next week, and I know that the Prime Minister will be saying more about this in the coming days and setting out that bold vision that's required.
Well, what is it? Because I've heard in this studio, and our watchers have heard many times, Labour politicians say, almost since the moment that you walked into Downing Street and things started to go wrong, time and again you've heard people say, we must accelerate the pace of change, we must do things a bit differently. Everyone's already lost count of the number of resets that you haven't already. You're sitting here tonight before we've got any results saying, well, the Prime Minister is going to set out more, we must accelerate things.
Look,
what does that mean in brass tacks?
I want to balance that. I don't think the 3,000 neighbourhood police officers is things going wrong. I don't think waiting lists falling in the NHS, coming down in A&E 3 years now. I don't think that's going wrong. But clearly, there is more to do to repair the public services. And it's true that sometimes people have not heard the hope. They've heard how hard it is to deliver. They've not heard the hope. They've not heard the vision. That has to improve. And we have to be insurgents in office, not if you like, just the establishment because we have these government jobs. We have to be the insurgents. And I accept, certainly for my constituents, in Tottenham, and there's still significant poverty in my community, there is much to do.
Just in terms of your own party, though, you know there are people who think now might be the time to do more than accelerate change, to do something else, to accelerate Keir Starmer out of the door. And of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 48 hours. But there are reports that there are even some people in the cabinet who think that Keir Starmer might have to set out a timetable for his departure. There's a report in the Times newspaper that Ed Miliband actually thinks Keir Starmer should set out a timetable for his departure. What do you say to that suggestion? It's the front page of the Times.
Well, I think Ed Miliband has said that he doesn't recognise that. But look, let's be clear. Keir Starmer run a mandate for 5 years to deliver for the British people. And now some people are suggesting that we should go away and play pass the parcel. The Tories did that with leader after leader after leader. And yes, there are questions that we have to answer, but there is no circumstances in which the answer to the questions that the British people are raising is to change the leader yet again. That is not what is coming up on the doorstep. What they want is delivery. What they want is hope. What they want is change. And that's what we've got to deliver for.
David, I think, in fairness, Keir Starmer comes up on a lot of doorsteps, right? You know, I was mentioning Nigel's recent issues of this donation coming up on the doorsteps, but I can tell you now what comes up on every single doorstep is Keir Starmer's leadership of the country. And there are real, there's real anger and concerns out there about the way he's leading the country. You know, whether it's youth unemployment going up because of the increase in national insurance, whether it's high street, being hit with the business rate rises, whether it's a fuel duty coming down the line. These are things which are always being mentioned on the doorsteps by people.
Richard, look, all seasoned politicians know that the political context has changed. Now, if you're a fringe party that's, if you like, that's not really running anything, and when they are running things, they're doing it badly, by the way.
I would disagree with that.
The politics of grievance is very attractive, but the truth is, particularly with where people get their news and how it works, you can't expect a popularity contest when people are feeling it in the way that they are. So I accept, of course.
But there does need to be fundamental change, doesn't there? There's things like housing. We have a housing crisis. It's astonishing. And this is, almost all doorsteps
Why are you
talk about
opposing
this.
Council houses? Why are the Greens opposing council houses?
We're not. We're delivering. Bristol is a Green-led council that delivers more council housing than anywhere else outside London. We do everything we can. The reason we don't have enough council housing is because the government won't fund them. We have a planning system which begins and ends with developer profit. And the developers give your two parties plenty of big donations.
When you guys ran Brighton, you bankrupted the place. It was 51 million, you left it in debt. That's not delivering for people in Brighton. That's why you were kicked out.
We are running 15 councils and we are doing them amazingly well. In Bristol, we balanced the books and after Labour, and we're delivering a lot more social housing. But this is within a system that doesn't make sense, David. You cannot solve a housing crisis with a planning system that literally begins and ends with developer profit. There's hardly any affordable, let alone social, being
And one
built.
of the first things we set about changing is the planning system.
A response.
That's what we're doing.
Well, it's not happening because you're getting luxury housing built everywhere that is unbelievably out of reach for ordinary people. It is shocking that people kind of accept
not in Haringey, not in Southwark, not in Lewisham.
Oh,
I don't recognise that. These are councils building council housing once again, often being opposed by NIMBYist Greens.
That is nonsense. We deliver. No,
you're smiling as you say that.
It's absolutely nonsense.
They do exist in your party.
Because if you look at the statistics, we deliver more housing than other councils. In fact, it's one of our top priorities everywhere. But the housing we want to deliver is affordable and social. And we need to, we need to design this well. We need to make sure people and nature thrive together, which they absolutely can do. But it's absolutely untrue, this idea that we're enemies. We've also got, unbuilt permissions, thousands and thousands of them in our green-led councils and everywhere. So that the system is wrong. But ultimately, the problem, the reason why we're not getting the change we want is that there's so much profit baked into everything.
I mean, David, you said you deliver change. You've certainly done that. I mean, the small businesses I speak to, they're hemorrhaging staff. The employer national insurance contribution has absolutely hammered them. The energy costs have hammered them as well. The farmers have been attacked with the inheritance tax changes. A third of farms make a loss. The fishermen and the fishing communities have been decimated. You've signed away our rights for another 12 years and you're in hock to the trade unions. Here we go again.
Oh, look, come on, Richard. By the way, what you didn't tell us about that 5 million was, given it came from crypto, then the reason you should declare it so that people can see that is, what are they getting in return if you win? What are you giving to that part of big business? That's the answer you didn't give us.
But you're in power and you're not delivering.
So
in fact, people don't recognise this country.
Oh, come on.
Right.
20 months.
We've got more time for you guys to have this quiet little shy conversation that you've been enjoying. But we also want to make sure that we are showing you what's happening around the country. And there you can see the live pictures of the count in Basildon and Essex we've been talking about. The count is getting underway in Reading too. There are all sorts of fascinating battles. Rita, some of them could be really quite painful for the Conservatives. You've given us a close-up look of the Labour councils at stake, but what about the Conservative ones? And, oh, you've got a lovely big total of everybody.
I've got a big total first, and then I'll get to the Conservatives, Laura. Yeah, I just wanted to show you what is at stake for each of the main parties. So, as you can see, it's Labour that has by far and away the largest number of seats to defend tonight, 2,500. That's about half of all the council seats that Labour has in England. So a lot at stake for Sir Keir Starmer and his party. Conservatives are defending about half that number on just over 1,300. And that actually is an inflated number for this point in the cycle, because as John Curtis said, there are 6 county councils that would normally have been having elections last year. They're having them this year. So 1,300 for the Conservatives. Sir Ed Davey smiling, as he often does on local election night, because the Lib Dems traditionally do pretty well in local elections. He's defending 689 seats and will have strong hopes of gaining more in the southwest of England and also in the southwest of London. Independents on 178 seats. Now, their influence is concentrated in certain areas like Blackburn or Birmingham, where they really can be quite a disruptive force. Zach Polanski's Green Party on 146. They'll be hoping to pick up considerably more than that. And Reform on 2 seats. And you might be asking yourself, well, we thought that Reform was much stronger than that. That's because last time these seats were up, which was in 2022, Reform indeed only had 2 seats. They were barely a little speck on the electoral map. Right, Laura's question about Conservative councils to watch. Here are a crop of them. They won't all necessarily declare tonight, but some of them will. So we'll be watching these. Councils like Kensington and Chelsea and Broxbourne, which have been Conservative for decades and decades. Here are some of those county councils that we've been mentioning: Norfolk, Essex, Hampshire, Suffolk over there in the middle. They're all counting over the next few hours. Then Conservative councils like Bexley, which is in southeast London. Now, that's been Conservative for quite a while. Reform are nipping at their heels and will be hoping to make inroads there, potentially even taking Bexley. Council like West Sussex, Reform are also a threat to the Conservatives, as are the Liberal Democrats. So a whole host of different contests going on in all of these Conservative councils, and we will of course bring you the results as soon as they come dribbling in. And just one more thing to show you, lots more on the BBC News website, and you can type in your postcode if you want to find out what's going on in your area, and it'll come up with the website address, but I'm sure you all know that address by now. Surely, Laura.
Thank you, Rita. Well, let's go straight to then one of those Conservative-held councils. That is where Reform hope to make some progress. Let's talk to Jenny Aiken, who's in Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire for us tonight. Hi, Jenny, thank you for being with us. What's the atmosphere there? What's going on?
Well, speaking of Reform making progress, Laura, what you've got here is verification underway and lots of noses pressed against the glass, quite frankly, as people are watching closely all kinds of candidates on what could be a long night. Now, Newcastle under Lyme is typically seen as a bit of a barometer for how people are feeling, and that's because traditionally it's been quite neck and neck. The council has often been hung. You mentioned there the Tories lead the council, have done since 2022. And a Labour MP currently serves Newcastle under Lyme. But of course, you know, tonight was ever thus set to be a drubbing for Labour and the Conservatives, and that is because Reform are pushing for power. The party took Staffordshire County Council with a whopping majority just 12 months ago. That's sending almost 50 brand new elected councillors into the council chamber there, a real historic result. And while we could be looking at history being made here tonight as the Borough Council looks likely to change hands, of course, there's 44 seats up for grabs, and Reform are looking confident as well. They're saying that Richard Tice is on the guest list, so he may or may not appear a bit later on. And also they're saying that turnout was particularly good, and they feel like that could be certainly have worked in their favour. Now, I just also thought I'd mention there is two former Tory MPs here. One of them is Jeremy Lefroy, so he's standing, he's on the ballot, and the other is Jonathan Gullis. He is also on the ballot wearing a teal rosette, so he's clearly hoping to cut through as a Reform candidate. It'd be interesting to see where he goes from there. Now, one thing all the parties can roughly agree on here is that all of the data, all of these references to safe and marginal wards and seats feels irrelevant in this political climate, and all of this uncertainty means it's essentially all up in the air. But the talk is that Reform particularly could have done well here, and Tories and Labour have been saying less of a drubbing and more of a disaster. But we'll wait to see what the scores on the doors show.
Jenny, thank you very much indeed, and we'll be back with you later in the night. And Jenny mentioned there that Richard Tice might be making an appearance at the count in Newcastle under Lyme, and he's been busy online. He's posted early positive vibes through the day, reinforced by early indicators as counting is underway. We are making history. So Richard Tice on the guest list for the Staffordshire count in Newcastle under Lyme there. And if the boss class of a political party is on the guest list, it means it's somewhere they think they're going to do well, because it's worth their while turning up to be seen on the cameras. But we will see. Let's take you further north then, to the northeast, to Hartlepool. And David McMillan is there for us tonight. I mean, Hartlepool is always the scene and backdrop for big political news. You know, recently, actually, David, the Labour MP there was one of the small number who's gone over the top and said Keir Starmer should be on his way. But what do you think is going to happen in the council there tonight?
Well, Laura, I can tell you that the Labour MP here, Jonathan Brash, is definitely still very much of the opinion that Keir Starmer should stand down and set out a timetable for his departure. You're right, Hartlepool is an area where there's been lots of political drama over the years. If you remember the by-election a few years ago, and there was when the Conservatives won the seat for the first time since 1974, and there was an inflatable Boris Johnson flying over the town. Before that, of course, it was the scene of the famous victory of Stuart Drummond, the Hartlepool Football Club mascot, who became the mayor here and then defended that position for 3 years. So 1/3 of the council is being contested tonight, so that's only 12 of 36 seats, but despite that, there's a good likelihood now that Labour will lose its majority on the council. They're defending 6 seats, and the feeling is that they're going to do very, very badly indeed. As you may expect, Reform are likely to be the big winners. Now, they can't take control of the council, they can't get a majority tonight due to the maths involved here in Hartlepool, but they could become the biggest party if things really go their way, and it would be a big achievement if they could do that, because they come into this election with only 4 of those 36 councillors at Hartlepool Borough Council. Now, as you say, Jonathan Brash had called for Keir Starmer to resign. There had actually been a battle between the council and the government. Prior to that, they had a problem over funding. They said the government should have given them a better deal. There was at one stage even the threat that 21 councillors might do a mass resignation. Now, that didn't come to pass, but clearly they'll feel in between Hartlepool Council or Hartlepool the Hartlepool Labour group and the government is still there. I've been speaking to Jonathan Brash in the last few minutes. He's renewed his call, as I said, for Keir Starmer to stand down. He said that, in fact, tomorrow morning the Prime Minister should go out and set out a timetable for his departure. He said lots of good, hard-working Labour councillors are going to lose their seat tonight, and he wants a big, open contest with lots of candidates to see who the next leader should be. So that's the scene here in Hartlepool. We expect Reform to do very well. We expect Labour to do very badly. We should find out what the results are at around 1:30 this morning.
David, thank you very much indeed, and give us a shout when we are getting close to a result there in Hartlepool, the northeast of England. So much political history has unfolded there, and undoubtedly lots of drama tonight. There will, though, also be lots and lots of drama tomorrow, and I can show you these pictures. This is democracy in action. Ballot boxes being taken out of the boot in Glasgow into the counting centre. Very important to remember that counting in Scotland and Wales will not begin until tomorrow. So you can see there Glasgow Central ballots being delivered. It'll all be secure overnight because the counting is not going to begin until tomorrow. But this is the business of your votes mattering. This is democracy in action, boxes being taken in, and the races in Glasgow and right around Scotland as well as across Wales could well make history. And here is a different way of getting the ballot boxes across. That are ballots coming off the ferry in Lerwick in Shetland. Organising elections are no mean logistical feat. I think there'll be a few more ballot boxes than that coming off Shetland, but turnout, as always, is difficult to predict. So much going on in the next couple of days. But remember, tonight we are focusing on results from 40 or so, 46, I think it is, English councils. It shouldn't be too long till our first result comes in. The first result might be from Broxbourne in Hertfordshire. I can just show you the scene there, I hope, where the tellers have been busy. Broxbourne in Hertfordshire, one of those places where Reform are hoping to chip away at the Conservative vote. And, it looks like some people have finished counting, but you never quite know. This is where we get into a bit of sports commentary, really. We're wondering whether or not, trying to read these pictures, are they waiting for more ballot boxes to be emptied onto the tables? Or have they already finished counting the bundles that they have been given? So who knows, but plenty to talk about. In terms of the picture that we are going to see across England, Richard, for you, if Essex looks really bad, that is the backyard for you, for Kemi Badenoch, for James Cleverly. Do you think Kemi Badenoch might reflect on having to change her approach if the results are bad, or is it just a question of waiting?
Well, and as we've mentioned already, when these elections in Essex were held, and that sixth of the county councils up, 43% versus today's polling, we've still got a long way to go from the general election result. There's still a lot of listening that my party needs to do. We've already started to set out some of the plans for the future, like our cheap energy plan, our plan for drivers, countering a lot of what Labour's been doing, Chagos plan. We've seen some of those good U-turns from the government, but we've still got a long way to go to rebuild trust with people.
Well, that's interesting. Right. So you say you still have to do a lot of listening, but Kemi Badenoch's already had nearly two years.
No, well, she's not had nearly 2 years. It's not even 2 years since the general election. So let's be more realistic. It's more like 18
months. That's quite a long time.
But we're going to build, and it's not just her. Remember, her poll ratings are still ahead of the parties at the moment, and this is about us rebuilding our brand as well as her leadership. And she is polling above every other political leader, but our brand, because of some of that baggage, is still there. And it's a conversation I have on a doorstep week in, week out, is how can we move to that? I think it is starting to shift, but there's still a very long way to go. And from 43% down to sort of 20% where we are at the moment is a long way. So obviously,
actually, by quite a lot of measures, she actually pulls behind Sir Ed Davey. He's quite regularly.
Only because nobody knows who he is, though. If you look at the don't knows, there's a huge amount for the Lib Dem leader and the Green leader, but for Kemi and for Nigel and for. And for the Prime Minister.
But do you acknowledge, though, by some measures, Ed Davey actually quite consistently comes ahead?
Only because so many people don't know who he is. If you look at the polls, then they just don't know who he is. So it's difficult to ascertain whether somebody's polling ahead if nobody knows who they are.
Rachel, that was a very impressive eye roll. Yes, I did catch you.
It's just trying to work out how it works.
More and more people are getting to know who your leader is at the moment, and it's not all going that well, actually.
Well, it's been a tough week, but over the course of several months, he's transformed our party.
But that's interesting. Do you think what's happened in the last week about Zach Polanski has made a difference in the last couple of days on the doorsteps? Because he did have this huge surge of enthusiasm. You've been campaigning very hard. But have you found that actually the last few days of headlines and stories have made a negative difference? Has it cut through?
Look, we'll see. I mean, I think the real story is of tremendous and exponential growth across 8 months. I don't think anyone goes into politics expecting it to be smooth sailing every single week. I think the week before this election has been a difficult one. But I do think we will do better than we've ever done before. And I know that we'll kind of keep going. So.
But just in the last couple of days, have you been hearing back from voters at the close of this campaign? Has there been an impact from the difficulties you've had in the last week? That's my question. I
think most people I speak to understand that there's a kind of growing pains with growing so quickly. And that, there are processes, there are systems that we need to be improving all the time, and we are. I mean,
some of the questions are about Zach Polanski himself. I think you're referring to candidates, and candidate vetting has been a problem for lots of parties. It's been a big problem for Reform in the last couple of years. Every party, every now and again, finds out that they have problems, but some of the issues have been around Zach Polanski himself rather than candidates that you refer to.
Zach's been getting phenomenal attack from all sides in this last week, and that's above and beyond, really. I think he's a really great leader of this party, and we're pleased to have him.
I've just got to say, wearing my hat as Secretary of State for Justice, that if you see the police run towards a man on an attack, and you rush to criticise the police effectively, bringing that individual under control, that's a lack of judgment that runs quite deep.
So Zach apologised, as you know, for calling that out, or for sharing that tweet on social media, and I think that was the right apology. Absolutely.
If people haven't followed this, you're referring to after the attack in Golders Green, Zach Polanski reshared a post that questioned the police's approach while they were tackling the suspect to the ground. And he apologised for resharing that, Rachel Millward, but when he was in the same studio with us actually at the weekend, he repeated his concern about how the police had behaved.
I think everyone agrees that nobody's above scrutiny. It is important that we scrutinise the police. It was wrong.
Just a second. This person who just stabbed 2 people.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Right.
I'm saying it is always valid to ask questions. What wasn't valid, and which the apology is clear on, is it wasn't.
I hate to say I agree with David on this one, but I agree with David on this one. Now, David and I might disagree on his proposals for jury trials and other things, but we very much agree that there's some really crazy stuff coming out of the Green leader at the moment. We've seen recently him trying to take credit for some form of job with the Red Cross, which it turns out he never had. Obviously, there's those historic issues. Sorry, I think that is. He said that's true, isn't it?
No, well, the Red Cross, he was a fundraiser, so that he used to compare big fundraising events and that kind of thing.
That's not a job.
It's not a job, is it?
But it is. He was often on the stage representing the Red Cross and raising a lot of money. So that was.
And obviously there was also all those issues that he had around those claims he'd made when he was a hypnotist as well, and
which he's apologised for about 1 million. I mean, people are fed up.
But he did say at the time that he'd never actually said those comments, didn't he? And then it was found out that he'd actually admitted to it later as well. So it's not just a question of whether he said it or not, but he was dishonest about it as well.
I mean, I honestly think I've heard him apologise for that incident, which was 12 years ago, so many times, and so thoroughly. I mean, what's striking is that
he doesn't really apologise, does he? Because he didn't apologise about the Golders Green thing. He said he shouldn't have tweeted about it, but he didn't actually apologise for saying not backing up our police officers.
We're hearing about Nigel Farage.
We're dealing with terrorists.
Well, he has apologised, I think, and it was the correct apology.
He has not apologised for having a go at the police, who in split-second decisions are trying to take out a terrorist who's literally been stabbing people on the streets of our capital city.
I think he did apologise for resharing that.
Okay, well, I think the two of you are not going to agree on this particular issue, but there is an issue, Rachel Millward, where time after time, you have found yourselves in a position where having to defend things that have happened. Do you think that there are real concerns about how your party is developing in Jack Polanski's leadership, or you suggested before it was above and beyond. Are you suggesting that somehow he's being treated unfairly because you're enjoying new success?
I think he would be the first person to say scrutinise me is the right thing to do. I guess it's also worth pointing out, you know, you were bringing in the scrutiny about Nigel Farage's unclaimed £5 million donation. We all know the Mandelson, you know, controversy. That's more than a controversy. That's like somebody connected to the world's most notorious paedophile was appointed to one of the highest positions of state. Like, the magnitude of those mistakes really puts anything Zach's done into pale, and it just it does seem disproportionate, I suppose. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not defending the mistakes, and they've been apologised for, but they're not of the scale and of the significance to the nation that the mistakes that have been made by our Prime Minister and indeed by Nigel Farage.
OK, well, let's get right back out round the nation. Kevin Fitzpatrick, our political reporter in Tameside. Now, Tameside's Angela Rayner's backyard, also the territory of Jonathan Reynolds, Labour's chief whip. And it's somewhere, Kevin, where Labour were a bit nervy about maybe losing to Reform. What are you picking up?
Well, all the indications are that those fears are going to be certainly realised to some tune. This has been a Labour-controlled council since 1979, but all the signs were there, weren't they, at the Gorton and Denton by-election. 3 of the council wards in that constituency are in this Tameside area. Greens won the by-election, of course. Reform were in second, and they pushed Labour into third. And that set alarm bells ringing right across Labour circles in Greater Manchester. Reform have made it clear that Tameside was their big target, and I've just spoken to a pretty shell-shocked Labour senior figure here who thinks they've lost every single one of their Labour councillors who were up for re-election to Reform, and potentially Reform may have taken 18 out of the 19 seats up for grabs here. That would mean that Labour lose control of this council for the first time in nearly 50 years, and if this is the result here in Tameside, well, the indications are that right across the north of Greater Manchester, in Oldham, in Bolton, and in Labour strongholds of Wigan and Salford, they could be in real trouble too.
And if that comes to pass, Kevin, it's very notable what you're picking up. What do you think the reasons will be? You'll have been talking to people in the last few weeks as the campaigns have progressed.
Yeah, well, it's just incredible frustration with the status quo. It's national issues of cost of living feeding into a frustration that nothing really seems to be improving in life. And Labour has dominated this area for decades. 9 out of the 10 councils in Greater Manchester are currently Labour-led, although 2 of them in Oldham and Bolton are minority administrations. Clearly, there's lots of senior Labour figures here. Angela Rayner, as you say, in this constituency, and Johnny Reynolds. We're told both of them aren't intending to come tonight, which probably tells its own story, doesn't it? Of course, Andy Burnham is the Metro Mayor around this area, and Labour's had a vice-like grip on it for decades and decades. But if Reform are able to make those indents in places like Tameside, in Wigan and Salford, potentially Manchester as well, where they're counting tomorrow, the Greens are hoping to have more of an impact there as well, then it really will shake the party to its core in one of its long-term heartlands.
Kevin, thank you so much. We'll be back with you later through the night as we start to get the results coming in, which hopefully the first ones won't be too long. Indications there in the northwest of England and Greater Manchester of potential real progress for Reform, perhaps also in a different part of the country. Let's go to Jonathan Joseph, who's in Havering on the kind of outer edge of London for us. Jonathan, what's the picture you're hearing there?
Laura, this is one of the top targets for Reform, certainly in London, if not the country, and they are in a buoyant mood here at the Havering count. Votes are well underway in terms of being counted behind me there. One well-placed Reform source telling me we are smashing it all over the place and we are very confident of taking control. This is the easternmost borough of London's 32 boroughs. It is on the borders of the M25 on one side and the River Thames on another, on the south, and it is a place where we've seen an influx of people moving from further into London, trying to find more affordable housing in this part of London. And that may change the political map here. It may change the way people vote. It looks like there's going to be a lot more split across the different parties. Look, at the moment, it's a minority administration run by the Havering Residents' Associations. but they are quite despondent. It doesn't look like it's going to be a very good evening for them. On the other hand, we have Labour, who won 9 seats last time. They suffered a defection, so they're down to 8 coming into tonight, and they're not in a very good mood here. The question for them will be, will we be wiped out or not? So they are having not a good evening by all accounts. One Conservative source that I spoke to a few minutes ago was actually telling me that this could be a really good night for Reform, that they may win 52 out of the 55 seats that are up for grabs. I think that it's a long way until we know the answer to that. I'm not sure if it would be quite that good, but it certainly seems that they are in contention to take control of this council and have a London borough under their charge for the first time. But whoever wins, it's been described by sources across all the political parties as something of a poison chalice, because the financial situation here in Havering is rather dire. In the last few years, the council has had to borrow more than £230 million from central government. Now that is mainly because they've had to spend a lot of money on housing, on adult social care, these issues that have been cropping up all over the country. Councils have statutory obligations to fund these things, and they just don't have the money. So the council has had to make all sorts of cuts, closing libraries and cancelling Christmas lights in town centres. So really having to find as many savings as they can. It's going to be a difficult challenge for whoever wins this. Andrew Rosindale is one of the local MPs here. In January, he defected from the Conservatives to Reform, and he seems to have taken a lot of that support with him amongst the local population. It seems like they've turned out in good numbers for Reform today, and we're expecting a declaration at around 6 a.m. But because there are so many candidates, there are more than 300 standing this time compared to just over 150 in 2022. So that means the votes are more spread out. It may mean there are more split votes. It could mean that it takes a little bit longer to get the final results here, but it will probably be sometime after 6 a.m. and it looks very likely that Reform are going to win as things stand now from what we know so far.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. And as Jonathan has been speaking, we can actually bring you our first 2 results of the night, and we'll take our first look at our giant tower tally. Only 2 seats, but 2 seats have gone to Reform. Reform has taken a seat from the Conservatives in Brentwood in Essex and a seat from Labour in Chorley in Lancashire. So there they are, the first 2 seats on the scoreboard. Thousands and thousands to go, but we've got to start somewhere. So that is our first moment of the night. 2 seats have been taken for Reform. And we'll keep watching the counts, of course, right round the country. And if I can just show you, because I'd like to, there's a gentleman in a Union Jack blazer. I don't know what party he's from, but we have all sorts of wonderful and sometimes weird sights at political counts overnight. That's at one of the Essex counts, looking eagle-eyed at the ballots as they're being counted.
Supporter. I know him very well.
Oh, do? Well, I was going to say, I would hazard a guess he's probably one of yours, David, but you've confirmed that before,
yes.
before I had to ask.
Yeah, I mean, look, what's interesting to me about this is it pretty much plays out what I've seen when I've been out and about. So Essex, Kent, Estuary, very strong for us. Also, even Norfolk, Suffolk, I think could be strong for us. But again, Chorley, you just heard that as well. So the red wall. So this is kind of what I was trying to say. Around the United Kingdom, this is not geographically specific. It is across the whole of the UK.
When you have been campaigning, and I know as your party's chair, you spent a lot of time on the road, more than most politicians, and because you're not sitting in Parliament, you've got the luxury, you can go campaigning all the time. But what has been sort of at the top of the list in terms of issues that have been raised now?
So for small businesses, plumbers, electricians, etc., working people saying they can't afford to run their businesses, they cannot afford to take on apprentices, the cost of energy is a huge issue, net zero. Our supporters don't think that that is the right way to go about it.
Those aren't things that local councils can deal with.
No, but that's the point I was making, which is actually it's not about the local issues. It's turned into a referendum on national issues, and immigration is right up there, both legal and illegal immigration, and that is pretty much everywhere I go.
David Lammy, are you braced for the kinds of phenomenon that our reporters are suggesting in Tameside and suggesting in Havering? I would say we're early, but our teams on the ground are pointing to something that might be very dramatic if you have councils where Reform's winning basically every seat.
Look, I know from colleagues in the northeast, particularly, that it's tough, and there are voters. It's a phenomenon that we've seen now for some time. Really sort of begun, I think, around sort of 2016 and around the Brexit referendum, and let's see where they get to over the course of the night. But I do remember that they won 12 councils, I think it was, in the last local elections, made big promises, and we've seen massive council tax hikes. I think it was 9% it went up in Worcestershire. Chaos in Kent, downgrading. Let me finish the point.
Yeah, sure.
Downgrading of children's services. You've cut care homes. So reform in office is very different to the sort of promise, isn't it? And in a sense, if you take more councils, it will be interesting to see if it's the same pattern we've seen over the last 12.
We have completely removed the pothole backlog of 17,500 in Derbyshire. We have identified £700 million worth of savings, and also in terms of our council tax increases, they're lower
9%.
than every other political party across the board.
9%?
Across the board.
I don't think so.
I don't believe that to be true.
That's not true. It's 9%.
The average is under 5%. So the point is that we are delivering. The one point I would make about this is that lots of people came into reform. We're growing, we're professionalising. But the point is the voters are rejecting you.
But you've had 3 leaders.
What do you mean?
Well, you've got a problem with leadership. So you're running through leaders across various councils. And by the way, in Derbyshire, you've closed 8 care homes, several adult education centres. Yes, you have.
That isn't true. And also, just in terms of Kent, we inherited £750 million of deficit. And when you take over a council, which have been run very, very badly, you have to look at the balance sheet. And what we've done is made £67 million worth of savings, which we've put back into the things that people matter about, which is potholes. Every party loses councillors, and that is the nature of the churn, as well you know.
David, just for the record, you denied taking up council tax 9% in Worcestershire. You seem not to understand that you've burnt through 3 leaders in Staffordshire. You've closed 8 care homes in Derbyshire. You said you didn't. Is there a problem here with the truth?
No, not at all. But the point is that what people are doing is they're looking at our record and they're voting for us. You can see that by the results already coming in tonight.
I think if you win the councils you're predicting, not I'm predicting, you're predicting, they're going to see your record. And then we really will have something to talk about in the next general election.
There has to be a reason they're not voting for you.
Look, I recognise that, as I've said, that since 2008, people have been hurting. And they worry about the status quo, and that is a challenge for parties.
2008. I mean, you've been in power now for nearly 2 years. Are you saying
we've been in power for 20 months?
Nearly 2 years. But I'm interested because you said a few minutes ago, you said, oh, well, this started in 2016. Now you're saying it's gone to 2008. So are you blaming what may be a very, very difficult set of results for you on history and things that happened long before you came to power?
Well, there's a few things going on at the same time. There is electoral volatility that is vastly different to the circumstances in which I was first elected 26 years ago. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the 2 major parties, the Conservatives and Labour, in terms of the proportion of people prepared to change their vote, has increased hugely. In a general election, by the way, 30% of the electorate turn up for a general election. They don't vote in other elections. So the volatility that's there, the fragmentation that's there is a new phenomenon.
You're seeing high turnout, particularly of young people.
Is a new phenomenon, but Reform are being tested for the first time when they run local authorities, and so far the pitch is pretty bleak. Well, it's only 12.
Well, let me just...
I was going to say, so we can bring you actually, the first council result, Chorley Council, has been held by Labour. So there we are. It's our first council on the scoreboard. Chorley in Lancashire, where Reform had taken a seat from Labour, but Labour has held on to the council. It would have been impossible for them to lose because the way that the numbers were stacked up, and we don't actually know how many seats they've lost, but it looks like they've lost just lost 1 seat there actually. But that is our first. So our first council has been held by Labour, Chorley in Lancashire. All of this, of course, feeds into the national political conversation, and things like potholes we've been talking about, and care homes and playgrounds, and all those things are vitally important when it comes to the services that people rely on in councils right around England. But of course, all of these conversations, as we've heard from our guests here, feed into the overall national picture. So let's speak to Lara Spirit, the Deputy Political Editor of the Sunday Times. Lara, by about this time of the morning, I know that your phone will probably be buzzing with chatter about what we know so far could mean in the next couple of days. What are you hearing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think at this point, Laura, we are still in a very indecisive spot when it comes to what the full picture could look like. I think it could take some hours, possibly even into the weekend, before we can say with any real certainty how Labour MPs in particular and those in Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet are feeling about the future of his leadership. I think we will, by tomorrow morning, though, have a good sense about how some of the parties are feeling, particularly into the later hours of Friday, whether or not Reform is performing in line perhaps with last year, but also whether or not they're just as elated as many of those predictions would expect them to be, but also whether or not, you know, the Liberal Democrats are able to outperform expectations in some of those key formerly Tory heartlands, whether or not Labour can hold on in London across multiple fronts, from both the Greens, but also, of course, from the Conservatives in places like Wandsworth and Westminster, and also, of course, from Reform in that kind of so-called outer donut where Labour are under quite significant threat. So at this point, still, of course, far too early to tell, but I'm sure in the next few hours, of course, my phone will be going perhaps slightly more crazy.
But what's your instinct as whether or not the Labour Party is sort of in the mood to do something drastic? You know, David Lammy has sat here and told his colleagues on national television that now is not the time to change the pilot, and in fact suggesting it would be crackers to do so. What's your instinct about where Labour really is tonight?
Well, I think it will depend on the results. I mean, I had a cabinet minister who said to me recently that 1,500 seat losses would be the threshold at which the cabinet around Keir Starmer would experience something of a collective nervous breakdown, with an impetus to move to see him either lay out a timetable or indeed go sooner. So I think we just don't know what the psychological experience of Labour MPs, of those in the unions, of Labour supporters, of those in Sir Keir Starmer's top team will be until they experience the losses that they are forecast to experience. If they are at the more severe end of that, you could well just see a real eruption of fear about future results and a sense of desperation that might force them to take some action with their Prime Minister. If it's at the lower end of expectations, it may give Keir Starmer the opportunity to fight back, particularly in circumstances where, as it currently appears, we don't know who the kind of clear, unambiguous challenger to the Prime Minister would be, still less what their route to toppling a Prime Minister who at this point appears very determined to stay.
Lara, thank you very much indeed. And it could be a very frantic couple of days. But sometimes with big political moments, when parties are sort of all preparing themselves for plots, actually they pull themselves back from the brink. So who knows, this weekend might end up being a bit of a limbo moment after all the months and months and months of expectation. But what we're waiting for are the results that really count, because that will inform the political debate and make those big decisions about who is going to run the services that you rely on. Let's show you, there's the scene in Westminster where the count is underway. That's held currently by Labour, but the Conservatives, well, I felt slightly cheery about having a go at taking it back. That's Wandsworth. Like Westminster, a totemic council for the Conservatives, and the count getting under a decent way. They seem to be quite well into the guts of it now. Let's take you up to Hull, an unusual contest tonight because it's between the Lib Dems, who hold the council currently, and Labour trying to knock away at some of their support, but Reform might pick up a little bit there too. Let's then go to Broxbourne, and in Hertfordshire we're expecting the results from Broxbourne in about 10 minutes, so they may be the first to give us actual declarations. And Broxbourne and Hertfordshire, where the Conservatives might well be bracing themselves to lose some of their seats to Reform.
We've just gained one, actually.
Oh, you've just gained one. Richard Holden, tell us what we've just
gained a county
found out.
council by-election in Hertfordshire, in Broxbourne, off Reform.
There we go. Well, live reporting from our guests here at the desk. We like that. All of that to be encouraged. And there, the scene in Tameside, where my colleague on the ground in Tameside was telling us a few minutes ago that Reform looks to be making significant gains from the Labour Party. But we're at a very early stage of the night. We really, really are. The numbers of seats that have come in so far are in single figures. Before too long, we may be thick and fast in the results. But while we are still waiting for the results to begin coming in earnest, we've got time to understand more of the big picture, to look at the context. And Rita, you're going to help us out, because the thing about council government is it's very different to what we look at in terms of Westminster first past the post. You get lots of councils where actually nobody's in charge, and they don't often change hands very often.
Absolutely, Laura. Let's take a look at some of the ones that we're watching, because there are some interesting battles going on. And of course, the parties are targeting them all. Let's start at this side of the screen. And these four here are all Reform targets. So they're under no overall control. There's no one party that has sole management of any of these councils. But Havering, which is on the east edge of London, Walsall in the Midlands, South Tyneside in the northeast, and the Isle of Wight, of course, right down in the south, all Reform targets. And you can see from the geographical spread how far they are hoping to really sort of embed themselves as a party of local government. Others to watch are some interesting councils here, which are Lib Dem targets. Stockport, Portsmouth, Gosport in Hampshire, Three Rivers in Hertfordshire, and also West Oxfordshire, David Cameron's older territory, of course. They're all areas where the Lib Dems have a presence and will hope to be advancing further. Brentwood is Lib Dem and also Reform, have hopes there. East Sussex and Norwich. The Greens are actually running Norwich as a minority party, leading the council, and they will be hoping, of course, to be able to come in and take it directly and become the biggest party on the council. Let's move actually from the councils back to the leaders, because of course on nights like this we talk a great deal about the leaders, who of course shape exactly what voters think about the parties and where they're going to put their cross. And we're going to look here at opinion polls favourability. Let's start with Keir Starmer and Labour, and let's see how his fortunes have changed in the last 2 years, so essentially since the general election. And you can see at the general election roughly the same numbers thought of him favourably as unfavourably, but see how far those lines have diverged over time up to April of this year, where 24% had a favourable opinion of Keir Starmer, 69% had an unfavourable opinion, and that gives a net figure of -45 to Sir Keir Starmer. Moving along, Kemi Badenoch, you can see that around the time of the general election, people weren't really sure about her at all. Then her favourability increased, and it has gone up to 29%. That is rather higher than it was before, but she has an unfavourable of 50%, and that gives her a net -21. Now, Ed Davies' chart looks really rather different, because as you can see, the favourables and the unfavourables are roughly the same. Haven't changed very much in the last 2 years. Favourable 30%, unfavourable 33%. So that gives Sir Ed Davey a -3 rating. Now you might think, oh, that makes him popular, but it might also suggest that he suffers from a lack of visibility, that people aren't really quite sure what to think. And now to Nigel Farage, whose graph looks very singular, because as you can see, he is a Marmite politician. People who like him really like him, and his line has stayed stable at roughly 25 to 30%, and unfavourable at roughly 60 to 65%, and that gives him a net of -38. So this is where the leaders stand in terms of opinion polls. Let's see what difference tonight's results will make.
Thank you very much indeed, Rita. Let's just talk about those favourability ratings in some detail. And just as we do that, we could say the Greens have taken their first seat in Chorley and Lancashire. So we now have 3 seats in. Greens have taken 1 in Chorley, but that council is still a Labour council. David Lammy, when you look at that, Keir Starmer's sort of crash in personal popularity since he's been in charge, do you have any sympathy with the people in your party who say he's just not going to be able to fix it?
Look, I've got to tell you, and you were talking about a timetable. There is a timetable. The timetable's about 40 months to the next general election. That's the timetable we have. That's the timetable we got from the British people. And this kind of hokey-cokey with leaders was done by the Conservatives and roundly rejected at the last election. So you have to hold the course and wait for the British people in the general election to deliver their verdict on the Labour Party. I've got to say, the Labour Party is not just about the leader. It's about all of us that sit around the cabinet table. It's about our movement. It's much bigger than just the leader. And the truth is that what I see on a day-to-day basis is tremendous resilience, fortitude, application, dedication. The hard work is considerable. But I do accept, the environment has changed dramatically since I first came into politics. The social media environment is different, where people get their news is different, the expectations are different, and frankly, the frustration in the public is very different.
But that's the same. All politicians have to deal with a different environment. I suppose what people will be wanting to hear from you about is what is it that you think has gone wrong when people's opinion of Keir Starmer, you can see it, we saw it there on that chart, it has changed so much. And I know how close you are. I think he started his leadership campaign sitting around your kitchen table. So what is it that you see that people aren't seeing?
No, I've seen this 2 ends. I've been in opposition and I've been in government. And the truth is, when you're opposing and objecting, but you have no power, it is possible to be very popular. And it's certainly just before you win an election or just after you win, you usually are very popular. When you have to start to deliver,
people don't like you.
It gets tougher. And the truth is, let's look around the world. In Australia, they were behind the polls significantly, but went on to win. Albanese doing very badly after a referendum they had on Aboriginal rights, initially in office, but going on to win. In Norway, they were 20 points behind in the polls, but went on to win. In Canada, they were behind in the polls, but went on to win. The truth is, progressive governments can struggle in the midterms, but then go on to win elections. And that's why you have to hold your nerve and demonstrate delivery.
Have you talked to Keir Starmer about what he might do differently after these sets of elections?
Well, look, I sit around the cabinet table. We all talk about what we have to do, what we have to accelerate, what we go back to our departments and deliver. So, of course, we're on that. And clearly, on defence, on our relationship with Europe over the coming years, how we get growth in the economy in tough times, how we stand by people as things get harder as a result of Iraq. All of that we will be judged against, and we will have to deliver for the British people.
OK, well, Labour's just held another council. They couldn't lose it, Halton in Lancashire, but that we can now confirm that Labour's held Halton in Lancashire, but Reform have been making gains and taking seats 6 so far.
And also, just in terms of that, I'm just hearing that we have gone up 53%, Labour down 50% in Halton, Merseyside. That should be a stronghold for you.
Well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me that. I don't know if I need. I don't know if I should trust you.
OK.
Well, what I can tell you is we've got the first 6 seats in from Halton, which is in the northwest in Lancashire. All 6 seats are Reform gains from Labour. So we're not going to get into what the percentages may or may not be, but we can confirm what you've been talking about, and it's our Labour has lost 6 seats there. Reform has gained 6 of those seats. It's interesting because it's around the area of Runcorn, where, of course, Reform won a by-election there not so long ago. But it is impossible for Labour to lose control of that council because it's one of the areas where only a proportion of the seats were actually up for election. So Labour have held that council. They couldn't lose it. But Reform, you can see they're clearly making gains, 6 seats to them, Labour down 6. Counting is not complete there, but you can already see in that small sliver of the result that's already come in, Reform is gaining from Labour very significantly. Let's get back out round the country where the counts are underway. Let's talk to Emily Hudson, who's in Hampshire. Now that, Emily, has been a Conservative council since 1997. It's one of the places where the election was postponed from last year. What's the atmosphere? What are the whispers?
Well, the Conservative leader is here in Andover this evening. He said he's feeling nervous. He thinks it's going to be a tough night. And he's worried about some of his hard-working colleagues who look likely to lose their jobs this evening. Now, the question is, where are those Conservative votes going? Are they going to Reform or are they going to the Liberal Democrats? And support for the Liberal Democrats in Hampshire has been rising over the last few years. They've been taking district and borough councils from the Conservatives. They got some MPs from the Conservatives at the last general election. So will people flip to the Liberal Democrats? Will they flip to Reform for Hampshire County Council? I can tell you, as well as the county being counted tonight, we've got 6 district and borough councils and 2 city councils. Now, the Reform person in Portsmouth texted me and said they have not seen turnout like it in Portsmouth. They said there were queues of 20 minutes outside polling stations. When they were talking to people in the queue, they were turning out to support Reform. They're incredibly confident of taking that city council. And they're also telling us that they're hopeful of taking Havant and Gosport boroughs as well. Now, of course, the interesting thing about all these councils is they're only going to be here for a year or two because, as you said, we're having local government reorganisation, and in 2028 there will be new unitary authorities rather than the county and district borough system we have right now. But it is really interesting. It is looking like a tough night for the Conservatives here, and we know they were worried. They sent the Shadow Home Secretary, the Shadow Chancellor and Kemi Badenoch herself here over the last few weeks. So it's really interesting to see quite how bad a night it is for them down here.
And it might be, it sounds like, Emily, then really some quite big changes really across that whole part of the world.
Yes, and I think the only other place that's really interesting is Southampton City, where Labour control the council. It has been Conservative in the past. But what we've seen there in recent years is the Greens and also the Liberal Democrats taking seats. Now, not really necessarily expecting a change in leadership there, but it could sort of upset the apple cart if what is really a Labour stronghold city is affected. Tomorrow we count on the Isle of Wight. Now, in the Isle of Wight, the independents have been running that council for several years. It's sort of an odd coalition of different independent groups. But Reform came second in the Isle of Wight West general election seat in 2024. A colleague of mine who lives on the Isle of Wight has said she's had a Reform leaflet through her door almost every single day of the last 2 weeks. And so Reform are really hoping that they will push through on the Isle of Wight as well.
Emily, thank you so much. Even in 2026, the leaflet is still king. It's still people's barometer of whether or not election is really getting going. And a good reminder there from Emily that some councils are counting tomorrow. That's also, of course, when Scotland and Wales are counting. Counting tonight, though, in Westminster in London, that iconic council, currently Labour held. But Barry Caffrey's there for us. The Conservatives, you know, they've been trying to be a place where they'd be delighted to take it back. But what are you hearing on the ground?
Yes, Laura, absolutely. Westminster Council is a top target for the Tories. As you said, they controlled the council from its formation in 1965 up until 2022 when Labour took control, and the Conservative Party will be hoping tonight or in the early hours to take it back from Labour. Back in 2022, Labour gained 12 seats and the Conservatives lost 18 seats. But since then, one Labour councillor has defected to the Conservatives and 2 councillors have defected from the Conservatives to Reform UK. Now, one of the main local issues here, Laura, is the pedestrianisation of Oxford Street, and indeed London's Mayor Sir Sadiq Khan wants that to go ahead. He's hoping that it will go ahead by the end of the summer. The scheme was actually only approved after he obtained government permission to take over the powers by creating something known as a mayoral development corporation. That's a statutory body to help deliver these regeneration projects. Now, the pedestrianisation of Oxford Street is something that the Conservatives are dead against. They say local people just don't want it. and indeed some Labour councillors that I was speaking to tonight who are also against these plans, saying that that could potentially be one issue that could mean the Conservatives may regain control of Westminster City Council. As I say, in 2022, Labour took control of the council here from the Conservative Party. They were in charge back since 1965 right up until 2022, and they will certainly be wanting to take that back from Labour. We are expecting a result sometime after 4:30 in the morning, we think.
Barry, thank you very much indeed. So we will be, of course, live in Westminster when the result comes through at some point in the early hours, and let's show you what's happening around the country. Essex sounds like it's going to be the scene of some very important results tonight. There's the scene there. You can see the bundles all bundled up. Tellers waiting. Hard to know. Are they waiting for instructions to go? 3, 2, 1, go. As if we could make them do it faster so the results can start coming in. But that's the picture in Essex there. Let's then show you Broxbourne, Hertfordshire, and the declarations there might start to come quite soon. Exeter, down in the southwest, is one of those cities where there will be results tonight. The elections overnight, primarily sort of small cities and towns around England. So Exeter, the picture there. And then here is Hull again. Labour, Lib Dem battle there, where the counting is well underway. So that is the scene right round the country, and we'll bring you the results as they come in. Thousands and thousands of people hard at work after millions of people cast their votes. Let's now go back to John Curtice, who has got something very interesting for us to ponder over. And John, before we get into this, you're going to take us through our first set of numbers from our key ward analysis. But before you get into what it tells us, let's just explain what it is, if people don't remember from last year.
So what we have done is we've collected the detailed voting figures from we are collecting from over 1,000 of the wards that are being contested yesterday. That's just a little under half of all the wards that are up for grabs. It's difficult to collect all of them at the same time, but we've got all of these wards. So we're going to be able to talk to you as we go along about how the votes are changing in these council elections, and not just who has managed to win and lose seats. And the truth is that that first result that we've had of that kind just underlines the need to be aware that underneath the story about who manages to gain a seat from whom, there may be a rather more complicated picture in terms of votes. And this is a classic example. So it's a ward in Peterborough, and the Liberal Democrats have made a gain from the Conservatives. Okay, congratulations to them. However, whose vote's gone up most? Well, it's Reform, because they didn't fight the seat last time, but they've got 26% of the vote, which is kind of roughly what you'd expect given the opinion polls. The Greens are also up. They're up by 11 points on what they got back in 2022. That means they've got 17%. So who's lost out? Well, as you can see there, the Conservative vote is way down, badly squeezed. So also is Labour. The Liberal Democrats, meanwhile, just edge up a bit. It gives them 32% of the vote, and that just takes them over the line. And I think, 2 points to make. Number one is this result, together what we've been hearing about seats won and lost so far, the expectation from the opinion polls that this was going to be a difficult night for both Conservative and Labour, and that Reform and the Greens were going to be making ground, making gains, and the Democrats were also going to profit from some of the Conservative and Labour difficulties. There's nothing so far in these early results to gainsay that expectation. But then also bear in mind what this ward result declares, that probably an awful lot of the councillors who get elected tonight will be elected on relatively low shares of the vote. This is the product of five-party politics, and it will therefore sometimes mean that the person who gains a seat, as in this instance, is not necessarily the party who's made most progress since 2022.
And John, in terms of that turnout point, we talked a bit around it, around the desk. Reform seem confident that in places where they've campaigned hard, that turnout is a bit out. when it comes to local elections, our traditional assumption is that people don't bother in the same way that they do in general elections. Just give us some sort of parameters from the kinds of turnout that we might expect. And if it is higher, who could potentially be the beneficiaries? Because it is always the mystery ingredient in elections, isn't
Sure.
it?
So when this last round of elections was last 4 years ago, it's the nearest equivalent, turnout averaged 34%. It was a bit higher in London, about 38%, a little bit relatively somewhat lower in some of the more urban parts of provincial England. That is not uncommon. Okay, now for what it's worth, in the one ward we've got in with a detailed figure, the turnout is actually, well, it's just 31%, but it is 3 points up from 2022. So that may be a first sign of a slightly higher turnout. Why might Reform at least be quite pleased if turnout has gone up? Well, it is because one of the messages is deeply buried in the polling numbers and the tables that the pollsters produce is a pretty consistent finding that those people who didn't vote in 2024 are particularly likely to say, if they express a view at all, and many don't, to say they're going to vote for Reform. So therefore, I think one of the interesting questions about this election has been, well, can Reform identify these people, given they didn't vote last time? Can they motivate them to go out to vote this time? And will that help them out? Now, none of this proves that any of that's what's happened, but certainly, if indeed turnout goes up, then maybe what we're seeing is that some of the people who just felt they didn't have an adequate choice 2 years ago are now being attracted by Nigel Farage's party.
Okay, we will see. John, thank you so much indeed. Be back with you a little bit later on. And the totals that we've got so far, we can show you on our tally at the bottom of your screen. Hopefully that's going to work. There it is. Smiling Reform leader, Nigel Farage, with 14 so far. Keir Starmer there, Labour with 2, Lib Dems with 2, Greens with 2, Conservatives yet to make it onto the scoreboard. And your pink bar at the bottom right in a local election, that represents the independents. Another subplot of these elections is there might be a very interesting influence of independents in all sorts of places, particularly actually possibly in Birmingham, which is of course one of the huge councils that's up for grabs this time around. Independents could well have a big influence there. Also in Peterborough, we'll be live on the ground in Peterborough in just a couple of minutes. But let's talk to Andrew Sinclair, who's in Essex for us. Andrew, good to have you with us as ever. Essex sounds like it might be the scene of something very significant happening tonight.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the county councils in East Anglia, which is well worth watching over the next 24 hours or so. Let me just say, here in Essex, they're going to count most of the vote tomorrow, but there are a few places which are counting tonight, and here in Clacton is one of them. Essex has been fascinating. It's been run by the Conservatives for the last 26 years. And in the last, until tonight indeed, in the last council, the Conservatives had 50 of the 75 seats on the county council. But Reform have been making a really big play in this council and in this campaign. They've been here to campaign on a lot of occasions. Why? Well, of course, Essex is where Kemi Badenoch has a seat. It's also, and here in Clacton, it's where Nigel Farage has his seat, and both parties are very keen, have really been fighting hard to try to make their mark here. I have to say the feeling, both amongst the Conservatives and Reform UK, is that Reform will do incredibly well here in Essex. Here in Clacton tonight, in the next hour or so, we should start to get some indication of just how well Reform are doing. Let me tell you, in this small part of Essex, there are 8 seats on the county council being contested. 6 of them were held by the Conservative, 1 by Labour, 1 by an independent. The feeling here tonight is that they could all go to Reform.
Well, they would be delighted with that result. We know they've been campaigning hard in Essex. Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Let's then go to Peterborough. We were just talking about Peterborough. And the third result from Peterborough, the Conservatives have actually made a gain from Labour. But Ben Schofield is there for us. Ben, what's happening so far in Peterborough? Well, when it comes to a general election, it's exactly the kind of place where parties are so eager to show that they can get in that sort of bellwether part of the country. But when it comes to the local council, what's happening?
Yes, and there's been a huge amount of turbulence really in the town hall in Peterborough since the back end of 2023, it's had 4 different leaders from 3 different parties. It had just over 2 decades of Conservative leadership. Then it went to a rising independent group called the Peterborough First Independents, and more recently it's had 2 different Labour leaders. So as I say, a whole lot of turbulence here, and really I think the picture that's starting to emerge is that we're going to see an even more divided set of councillors here when the 18 seats that are being contested are all called. So far, we've had a victory from the Liberal Democrats. They've taken a seat from the Conservatives. A long-standing councillor who's a former council leader lost his seat there to a Liberal Democrat, a returning councillor. In fact, he was a councillor last in the 1990s. We've also seen Reform take a seat from the Conservatives, and the Conservatives themselves win a seat back from Labour. That result coming in the last couple of minutes. None of those seats were won by a majority of more than 100 votes. So as Professor John Curtis was saying just a few minutes ago, we are seeing smaller majorities because you're seeing this 5-party choice that's confronted voters in their ballot boxes. Reform were heading into these polls quite buoyant. They were potentially saying that they were going to win something like 10 seats or so. Actually talking to their leading councillor here, they've got 1 seat on the council at the moment. He said maybe they'll get 4 or 5 gains tonight. The difficulty they say they're facing is, unlike a by-election in February where they won a seat, they could focus all their resources on that 1 seat. This time round they've had a much wider ground game to play, and that may have meant that they've not made the gains that they might have done here in Peterborough.
And Ben, in terms of the independents there, they've taken a big role in the council, but because of where the seats are up, they might not necessarily sort of figure tonight. Just explain that to us.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got 18 seats being contested in Peterborough. The Peterborough First Independent Party are only seeking candidates in 2 of those seats. They're stronghold areas, really. So they're not going to make huge gains tonight. They have been part of the administration. So Labour, the Liberal Democrats and Peterborough First Independents were running the council up until election day. I think they're going to play a role. Certainly, they'll still be a big force on the council, but they're not going to make any big gains tonight. They're not going to be a much bigger force than they have been. Most of those councillors have been Conservatives who defected from the party and joined what they saw as like-minded fellow councillors who were standing up for Peterborough. They wanted to be local voices for Peterborough and not be distracted, I suppose, by national politics from the Conservatives.
All politics is local, they say. Ben, thank you so much. Rita, let's take a look at Halton in Lancashire. Labour hold, but tell us what's happened under the bonnet.
Absolutely. You've been talking about this, Laura. Let's have a look at it. So it's a Labour hold because Labour's lead was unassailable. It was always going to stay Labour. This is a council that is counting in thirds, which means only a third of the seats in the council are up for election, which holds back any advance by a challenger to Labour. But just look at this. This is the change since last time these seats were fought. Labour's lost 11 seats and Reform's gained 11 seats. Labour has lost every single seat so far to Reform. It's defending 17 of the 19 seats that are up. We've got 12 of those 19 seats counted. So let's see what the next few minutes bring. But, you know, although they are still counting here, it's a Labour hold. But they will be very, very worried looking at this surge by Reform in their own heartlands. This has been a Labour council for several decades. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard just before I hand you back to Laura. Night's young, but here we go. Reform on 15 seats, gained 15 seats. Labour's lost 15 seats, they're on 3. Ed Davies' party is up 1 on 2. The Conservatives down 2 on 1 seat. And the Greens have gained 1. We'll be refreshing that continually throughout the night. Laura.
Thank you very much indeed, Rita. Halton, and I should say in Cheshire, not Lancashire. And if you're watching at Halton and you've been screaming at the telly, one of the wonderful things about election nights is they refresh all of us on our geography. Let's go then to a part of the country I think I can safely say is in the southwest of England. Let's go to Martin Oates in Exeter. Exeter, one of the cities where power is on the table tonight. Martin, what are you hearing so far?
That's right, only a third of Exeter City Council up for grabs. Labour's small majority means, as you say, they could lose control. Now, just a little bit of context. the Southwest doesn't have many Labour strongholds. Exeter is it, really. Over the last few decades, since Ben Bradshaw became only the second Labour MP for the city, they've controlled it since 2012. A year ago, in the County Council, the Devon County Council elections, Labour lost all 7 of its seats to a mixture of Reform and the Greens. So that's the scene setter for tonight. And I was talking to one senior Labour figure earlier on who was drawing comparisons with Labour's performance nationally in 1983, which of course was not a great performance, but he was making the point that they managed to rebuild, and was talking in terms of seeing whether there would be a core vote left here to rebuild from. Now, having said that, counting is well underway, but looking around the room, it looks as if there are a lot of tight contests, but clearly a lot of apprehension, particularly based on the performance of the party's performance in last year's county council elections.
And in terms of the things that have come up during the campaign, Martin, you've given us the political backdrop, but what are the issues have been? I mean, it's been very locally focused, or, as we've heard tonight already, has been a lot of national frustration coming up on the doors?
I think, you know, it's always very difficult to gauge that, but I think absolutely the national picture is overshadowing this. I mean, we had a by-election next door in Cornwall, a council by-election. So Cornwall, the dynamic is traditionally Conservative and Lib Dem. There we saw a Reform victor. I mean, the seat had been Reform in the county elections the year before. The councillor had sadly died, but it was basically a carve-up between Reform and the Greens. So the picture that we're seeing we've seen in Gorton, we're seeing in other parts of the country, seems, on a small level at least, on the evidence available so far, to be manifesting itself down here in the southwest as well.
Okay, Martin, thank you so much. We'll be back with you later in the night. In a few minutes' time, we're going to say goodbye and thank you to Rachel Milward for the Greens, Richard Holden from the Conservatives, and the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy. So let's have a final word with you three before you go off either to bed or to the rest of your duties. I don't know what you're what you're going to be doing. Richard, we've heard, particularly from Essex, but from other parts of the country, that it sounds so far like you are having a tough time.
Yeah, I get a funny feeling, having spoken now to a couple of the guys at the Basildon Count, one of our senior councillors might have got a touch of candidate-itis earlier on in the evening.
That sounds painful.
And Broxbourne, I think I've just had a text from one of my MP colleagues who says that we have lost 2 seats, but we've held control of the council and held 7 seats. So I think actually some of those results might be a bit more mixed.
Although
as we see.
Broxbourne, I think you couldn't have lost actually. If
but even the seats, I think we had 9 up for grabs and we held 7 of them, so which isn't a bad result on an evening like tonight.
And in terms of your overall expectation, though, at the beginning of our conversations, you said you were expecting significant losses.
I think we'll still be in that ballpark because of that spread of when these elections last happened. I think will be interesting as the individual results. We'll see, Broxbourne being held looks like it's being held well, and we'll have to see some of those London results later in the night.
Rachel, you getting any intelligence from your colleagues in Green HQ? We've only had a few seats in, so where's your...
Most of the areas where we're looking to make the biggest breakthroughs are coming in later tomorrow. But we will make some exciting breakthroughs. We will be certainly in the London scene for the first time, really. I think this will be seen as a step change moment for us as a party.
Are you confident you will actually take control of some councils, though, rather than just picking up seats?
We're very, very hopeful. I mean, it's the energy in Hackney's been phenomenal behind Zoe Garbutt's mayoral campaign, so we're sort of hopeful there. But we'll see. We certainly will make inroads for the first time. And given, I mean, it's been said several times with your analysis tonight that given how much support there's been for Labour in London over the years, we will take an awful lot of that. I'll go an awful lot in the other direction, but we won't quite deliver the seats that match it, if you see what I mean. But I still think we'll make inroads there.
And one of those London Labour veterans, if I'm allowed to call you a veteran, some people take that offensively, but somebody with great experience in London Labour, shall we say, David Lammy, of course, you are one of, I think, 58 London Labour MPs. I mean, if there are significant losses in London to the Greens, but then significant losses, as it seems there might be, to Reform in the northwest and the north of England, who's the bigger threat? I mean, how do you face both ways?
Well, look, I think that's the dilemma. This is a fragmented picture. I remember us losing in London after the Iraq War. We were losing at that stage to the Liberal Democrats, but the picture now is different because, of course, actually in outer London, reform are present, the old donut, and we're seeing some reform gains in parts of the northwest, and I suspect parts of the northeast also. So it's a fragmented picture, lots of volatility. In the end, what unites a lot of these communities is how they are responding in a cost of living crisis. They want to see us deliver, but let's see what the picture is as we head into tomorrow. What I would say is in the last few days, there has been a sense for me as I've been knocking on doors in London of things closing in a little bit, particularly because of the missteps by the Greens.
But I just wonder though, for you, and I think people watching be interested in your view, who do you perceive to be the biggest threat? Reform on your right or the Greens on your left?
My own view is you cannot form a government in the United Kingdom unless you are a broad coalition party, unless, of course, it's a hung government. But on the whole, you have to be a broad church, whether the Conservatives are doing that or indeed whether the Labour Party is doing that. So I don't think it's an either or. But I do believe that our progressive flank is important and holding the centre ground. That is usually how Labour wins elections.
But if Keir Starmer does what we have been briefed that he's going to do in the next few days, is set out a more enthusiastic approach to being closer again to the European Union, what message is that going to send to people who've chosen reform? What message is that going to send to those voters who may have voted leave back in the referendum, but then went to you in 2024 because you promised them that you wouldn't undo that?
I think people recognise that we have seen limited growth in our economy as a result of the way that was delivered by the Conservatives. And so I'm very proud as Foreign Secretary beginning those steps to bring us closer to the European Union. But I also recognise that freedom of movement remains a significant issue in some of those seats where people are choosing to vote for reform.
OK, well, Richard Millward, Richard Holden and David Lammy, thank you very much indeed for being our first trio at the desk. Dr David Bull from Reform is staying with us for the next segment, I believe, so no escaping for you. Yeah, well, you can't go until I say
fine.
you're allowed,
Yeah,
so OK.
absolutely right.
You may be relieved by one of your colleagues before too long. Let's then join John Curtis again, who is busy starting to put the small number of numbers we've had so far into all his incredible calculations. John?
Well, I think, Laura, we can begin to suggest give viewers some idea of the direction in which we appear to be going. I mean, just look at the bottom of your screen. Of the just over 30 or so results that have been declared so far in individual wards, Reform have won 25 of them. They are all gains. We are certainly looking at figures in the 5 places where wards we've got the individual results. Reform running at about 27-28%. That is more or less in line with what you would expect, given that's where they are at the moment inside the opinion polls. We're also certainly seeing evidence of Labour's vote falling away quite heavily, particularly in places where they were previously strong, on average down by 21 points on 2022. Oh, and by the way, doing particularly badly in one ward which has a very substantial Muslim population. And of course, we know that in 2024, Labour's vote fell very heavily in such places. And here's a first indication that result may well be replicated. So far, not quite so bad for the Conservatives, only down by 5 points. But, you know, it's down 5 points on what not a particularly good result back in 2022. We'll have to see more about that. Too early to say too much about the Greens, except, you know, basically wherever they're fighting, their vote is up. They're putting in a credible performance, but it's kind of a good second or a good third. And I think it's still going to be the question of how much they can turn votes into seats. Oh, by the way, we've also had one ward where the U Party stood. You know, that's the party that's now been founded by Jeremy Corbyn, 3% of the vote.
John, thank you so much indeed. And I want to show you what's happening around the country, because this is where the numbers will come, and John will over the night be able to put together the jigsaw for us. Those are the pictures in Essex, where Reform are feeling very hopeful and very cheerful. You can see people applauding there, the first applause of the night perhaps in Peterborough. Looked like the Greens were very happy in Peterborough, just down in the corner of your screen. Then we can show you, oh, they've stopped clapping now, we're showing you the pictures, but a matter of moments away, they were applauding. Although Peterborough is still a council where no one party is in charge, but the Greens looked very happy a few moments ago. Perhaps they'd taken a seat or maybe two. Let's then go to Wandsworth, an iconic council in London. We were hearing from our reporter there a couple of minutes ago that it was going to be very, very tight. Labour hopeful of holding, the Conservatives trying to grab it off them. And there the Greens, oh, they started applauding again and now they've stopped again. Let's just keep the pictures up because you never know, they might applaud again. But then let's show you Merton, southwest London, where that is somewhere with the Liberal Democrats. Were telling us earlier in the night they'll be hoping to make progress in southwest London. And there is Merton, people getting very busy in the count. And then another bottom right of your screen, Labour, red rosette, and a look of concern on the activist there who is surveying the scene. So that gives you a flavour of what's happening around the country, and we will be giving you the results as they come in. But working with the small amount of data that we've got so far, the direction of travel at this stage appears to be very clear, which is a big increase in support for Reform, a big drop in support for Labour. Not quite as a dramatic drop in support for the Conservatives, but that is our analysis so far with only a small fraction of the data. Let's welcome our new panellists with us tonight, the Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp, MP for the Conservatives, Al Pinkerton, MP for the Liberal Democrats, and the Government Minister, Chris Bryant. Welcome to all of you. Chris, when you look at those numbers, and you were taking your seat as John Curtis was explaining to us, so far, Labour down 23%, Reform up 28%. And I'd stress we've only got a fraction of the data, but it is looking
You're doing
bleak.
this, Chris.
This
Sorry,
Chris.
there's two Chris's. So
Well, I think this Chris might be quite happy about Labour support dropping by 23%. I'm not sure that you
No, I
would
just
be
wasn't
very
sure which
happy.
one you were talking to, that's
Forgive me, Chris Bryant,
we're all
Government Minister.
men. How could you not get any women on the panel?
Well, we will be joined by plenty of women. You've just taken a seat from Rachel Wilward from the Greens, and there's a woman in this seat. So Labour, if they're down by 23% across the country, that is bleak, isn't it?
It's grim, yeah. And for me, I've been an MP since 2001, and I've seen, results ebb and flow, and I've seen good colleagues lose seats in council elections and sometimes in Senate elections as well. We lost it twice in my time to Plaid in my seat in South Wales. And it's miserable because, you've got friends and people who've worked hard and tried to get things over the line and tried to make a difference for people. And so all of that is miserable. And of course, it looks like it's going to be a grim night, grim weekend for Labour. And the key thing, therefore, for us is, and this is my experience, that how you respond to defeat is what really shows the character of a party. And so, obviously, I'm a minister, as you just referred. I'm endlessly wanting to get things done faster. A classic instance for me was the additional rights, workers' rights that we were introducing, including statutory sick pay from day one and things like that, and maternity pay, paternity pay, all of that changing. Biggest transformation of workers' rights in a generation, something I passionately believed in, and lots of people in the Labour Party did. I wanted to get it done in a week. I didn't want it to take 2 years. And of course, that is one of the things that I think people feel very strongly, a sense of frustration about how long it takes to change things. And then there's another bit for me, which is if you look at the last 20 years, I represent one of the poorest areas, not just in the UK, but in the whole of Europe. ordinary people 30, 40 years ago, my parents' generation, expected that they would be wealthier than their parents and that my generation will be wealthier than them, and probably the next generation will be wealthier again and would feel that sense of wealth. And of course, there are lots of things that are better today than they were 30, 40 years ago. But basically, for the last 20 years, living standards have been rock bottom. And I know people in my patch who may work 40 hours a week or more, taking on several jobs on minimum wage. And I'm glad that we've increased the minimum wage, so that's putting more money in people's pockets. And I know that others disagree with that, but I think it was the right thing to do. And yet they still can't afford to pay the mortgage and put food on the table and make sure that their kids have got a new school uniform. And that's the real challenge. I think, I mean, for the Labour Party, obviously, with the government, we need to be able to transform people's lives, and I wish we could do all of that much faster.
And you promised people that you would. I mean, that's the issue. That you know, David Lammy suggested some of the same things. He was talking about the fact that lots of people for many, many years have had a really hard time. And yes, that is absolutely the case in this country's recent history. But almost 2 years ago, you promised people that you would be able to do things differently and that you would bring change and hope. And people from what we see so far just aren't buying it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Laura, but actually in the last general election, we made very, very modest promises because we knew that there were problems in the country, and some of the long-term problems that the UK has had were writ large already for us, and we knew that. Indeed, there were many people who said that we weren't offering enough hope in that general election. Now, we won. I don't think we particularly won because everybody definitely was going, we definitely want Labour. A lot of that was because they rejected what has happened in the last few years. And, you know, I think austerity
maybe
in 2010, 11, 12...
You didn't really have people behind you. I mean, one of your colleagues said to me recently, the thing is we had a majority, but we didn't really have a mandate. So your promises were modest and people just kind of wanted the Tories out. You're admitting that.
I think we said that pretty clearly at the time. And I think you're absolutely right that at a moment like this, what people want is a sense of hope. They want to feel, they don't want promises that really can't be fulfilled. And I think they're very, very cynical and sceptical about politicians who make promises that simply can't be fulfilled. You know, if you go into local elections and say you're going to cut taxes, local elections, and say you're going to cut the council tax and then you put it up by 9%, then I think, as happened in Worcestershire, then under reform over the last year, then I think people get very, very cynical and sceptical about that. But you're right, we've got to do things better. We've got to be faster. We've got to be more fleet of foot. We've got to make more of a difference to people's lives. There are additional challenges this year, the war in Iran, where I think Keir Starmer has made the right decision, not just to jump on that bandwagon and not to drag us into a war which had no defined aims before it. But that is going to provide significant additional challenges for the whole of the UK. And I think that we need to double down on making sure that we make that difference for people's lives.
And I do also want to talk to you about the situation in Wales, because you are one of Labour's Welsh MPs, but we'll get to that in a few minutes' time. And just a reminder that multiple sources have told the BBC, our colleagues in Wales, that they believe they've lost the Senedd election. That counting won't actually take place till tomorrow. However, there is a very strong expectation that history will be made for Labour for all the wrong reasons after a century of winning elections. But David Bull, we're going to say goodbye to you shortly. Actually, we are going to let you go. You'll be replaced, I think, by one of your colleagues shortly. Just as we end our conversation with you, in terms of what the other parties would say about you, is that you're taking advantage of a moment where people feel distressed for all sorts of different reasons.
I don't buy that, actually. The sense of passion and drive that I see around the country, people saying, and I said this at the beginning, which is the two parties, the main parties, have consistently failed them. Chris talks about things are tough. Yeah, inflation is high, the cost of living is high, and yet energy bills are high. That's because of the decisions made by your government. That's what people are saying. I've never seen anything quite like it. So as Lee Anderson calls it, the People's Army being mobilised. People are saying this country is in terminal decline. We need to do something about it, and that's why they're coming to us.
And yet, if you mention energy prices there, you know, the UK government decided not to go full boots into a war with Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, which has created an extra round of conflict in the Middle East that has recently put petrol prices and energy
Sure, but we're
prices
sitting
up.
on £3 trillion worth of energy, so we need to frack. We need to get out that treasure underneath our feet, and that's what people want to see. They want cheaper bills, and when you have cheaper bills, you can then afford to run your company.
But do you think, from your track record in local government so far, where some things have gone wrong, that people are really convinced by what you could do, or your critics would say that you're benefiting from stirring up what a lot of people feel, which is frustration
So
and
that
despair?
9% is one council, but across the board, the average council rise has been lower than all the other parties put together. So actually, in terms of the result that we're seeing tonight, clearly people still think that Reform UK is the right way to vote.
So as we bid farewell, one last prediction, David?
Well, I said at the beginning, didn't I, a good night was 1,000 seats. It's going our way, I think. 1,000 seats would be good. It could be a lot higher.
Okay. Well, David Bull, thank you very much indeed for your time. Chair of Reform UK, thank you for being with us here on election 26. Let's just stop for a second and think about the evolving politics of all of this. Let's speak to James Heal, who's the Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator. Used to be called the Tory Bible, a magazine with a fine history. I'm not sure if we call it Tory Bible anymore, with a very fast evolving political situation. James, what's your take on what we know so far?
Well, what we know so far is that Reform have replicated the success last year at the councils. All signs point to them winning a similar number of votes 1 year on in very different territory to last year. And I think that does show that the argument that some Conservatives have made over the past 18 months or so was that, sort of like the SDP in the early 1980s, Reform was simply going to fade away. It was going to be a sort of 1 year blip. Actually, they've now replicated Lightning twice, and I think that really does pose some very fundamental and existential questions to the Conservatives as being the preeminent party of the right across the United Kingdom.
And James, in terms of any whispers from party HQs, what's arriving on your phone so far?
Well, it's a very upbeat atmosphere at Reform HQ, Millbank Tower. They've been very much focusing on the Battle of the North, obviously hugely symbolic in the kind of post-Brexit years over the past decade, as being the so-called red wall that gave Boris Johnson his victory in 2019, swung back to Labour 5 years later. And now actually places that didn't even vote for Boris Johnson in 2019 are going teal, places in the northwest. We're seeing long-held Labour councils going there, and we may well tomorrow see the same in Reform. What's been in Wales, what's been so striking to me has been how quiet a lot of Conservatives have been. I think there's a lot of Conservatives who are going to be absorbing these defeats overnight as we get into those kind of key Tory areas, Norfolk, Suffolk, and of course Essex. Essex man long defied British political elections. The grandfathers might have voted Labour, the fathers might have voted Tory in the 80s, and now it seems that the children of the Essex man are now voting Reform as well.
James, thank you very much indeed. And let's just talk to the BBC's Alex Forsyth, who's with us here in the studio. Great to have you with us. I just want to, whilst we chat, show people what's happened in Salford. The results aren't in yet, but Salford in Greater Manchester, you can see the change here. Labour down 21%, Reform up 26%. Now, you know, once upon a time, people would think, well, Reform, they're a problem for the Tories. Our straws in the wind tonight are showing us they could be a very, very big problem for the Labour Party too.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I've just been trying to assess some of the mood among Labour MPs because, of course, there will be people out there talking publicly and then there'll be a sentiment that they express privately. And I think the early indications are they expected it to be bleak, and while it is still very, very early...
And we can't say that enough. And
no,
these are based on the first
very,
few
very
wars,
early,
these numbers.
but these early indications are even bleaker than the expectations were within Labour, because I also think you have to look at where some of these results are coming in from. You're talking about Greater Manchester, you're talking about Merseyside, you're talking about the North East. These are Labour strongholds. These are places where the party has a real emotional connection to these, and to lose those to Reform UK is really significant. And then, of course, what you've also got is Essex Reform UK targeting, where there, as things stand now, that's a real threat to the Conservatives. So it's looking very early doors. Good night for Reform UK. Let's see how it pans out. But possibly even worse than Labour were expecting.
And what
possibly.
possibly, and we can't say enough that it is very early, but what about the Conservatives? I mean, James Heal was telling us there that the sort of Conservatives seem to be a bit quiet at this point.
Yeah, and I think some of the biggest Conservative areas they're defending, we're actually not going to get the results until Friday. So they're some of those big county councils. And I think the argument the Conservatives will make when it comes to those councils is last time that these councils were up was 2021. We were riding high in the polls. It was the vaccine bounce. Do you remember that
We
after
heard
COVID?
Richard Holden with us making that
It's
argument
almost like I've
tonight.
heard these arguments being made before.
It's
And look,
almost
you know,
like they have
it
a
is true
script.
that it was a good year for the Conservatives in 2021. But these, again, are Conservative kind of heartlands. And Hampshire, which we are going to get in the early hours of the morning, one senior Reform source said to me they were pretty bullish about being the biggest party on Hampshire County Council. Now, the Conservatives have dominated that council for an awfully long time. So read into that, and it is just feeding into this narrative that we've talked about before, which is this another example of what people seem to be thinking is the end of that two-party duopoly?
And in terms of where they might both go next, let's just reflect on Labour. I mean, we were just saying to David Lammy before he left us, you know, is Reform the bigger threat or the Greens the bigger threat? And the point is, how does the party face both ways? If their challenges are so different, how do they manage that? What a dilemma.
And that's been a conversation within the party for some time now that really came to the fore after the Gorton and Denton by-election when the Greens took that seat off Labour, but Reform were a big challenge in that area. I think this is just going to turbocharge that conversation enormously. And, you know, whether or not that becomes a conversation about leadership, and of course that is inevitably going to form part of the discussions, even if there's not a move right now. One minister said to me when I put it to them in the last hour or so, do you think there's going to be a move against the Prime Minister? They said, not imminently, but that doesn't mean not ultimately. So whether it's a question about leadership or a question about direction, these are really, really big discussions for the Labour Party to have.
And what about the Conservatives?
Well, it's slightly different for the Conservatives because I think they're going to sort of revel in what this night tells us about Labour and try and point to that as much as possible. And we know that Kemi Badenoch's personal poll ratings have been pretty good lately. And within the Conservative Party, there's a pretty kind of upbeat feel about their leadership. I don't think there's going to be any questions about whether Kemi Badenoch stays at the helm. But does there then become a big question about where are they on the pitch if Reform is really eating into Conservative turf? What do they do to get themselves back in that conversation? And that cannot be ignored if the results go the way the very, very early indications, to say it one more time,
And you're doing
Nora,
a good job giving all the
suggesting.
caveats there. What about Lib Dems' expectations? Because we talked to Sarah Olney from the Lib Dems earlier in the programme, and there are places where the Lib Dems are hoping to gain that are going to come much later, you know, towards the end of this election marathon. But what are they telling you about the kind of day they've had on the doorsteps? Because don't forget, if you're watching at home, the parties all have thousands of activists out there banging on doors, talking to voters all day long.
Yeah, they've all been round about who's banged on the most doors, even, as it were. And all the initial messaging from the Liberal Democrats has been pretty positive because they're expecting to gain seats in this election. And it would be another gain because they've gained pretty consecutively over a number of years. And the Liberal Democrats are typically good at building their ground game. However, I also think you want to look in some of the places again, just referring to Hampshire, where we're already getting a trickle of an indication about some results there. Now, that used to be prime Liberal Democrat target of small c former Conservative voters, and they were leaning heavily towards the Liberal Democrats. Now, as we're seeing, Reformers encroaching onto that turf. So I think in this very noisy politics now, there is going to be a question within the Liberal Democrats about whether they are making themselves heard enough as a party, and where you see the Greens and Reforms tipping up in the polls, why are the Lib Dems just holding steady?
Alex, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later. Well, let's take you straight to one of those places where the Lib Dems built support over a long period of time, eventually taking charge of Hull Council. Tim Iredale is there for us tonight. Now, it's interesting, Tim, isn't it? This is one of the parts of the country, there's a Lib Dem Labour battle. What are the straws in the wind there on the ground?
Hi Laura, as you know, politically speaking, it is rarely dull in Hull. Now, the Lib Dems have Hull City Council to lose tonight because they are defending a slender one-seat majority. Lib Dems say they are hopeful that their vote is holding up, but all eyes are on Reform UK here because Reform believe they've made significant inroads, certainly into the Labour vote in Hull and possibly into the Lib Dem vote as well. So if Reform do start eating into the Lib Dem vote, then it could potentially deprive the Lib Dems of a majority on the City Council.
And that would be a big disappointment for them, wouldn't it, Tim?
candidates and agents for...
Well, it would, yeah. The Lib Dems have controlled Hull for the past 4 years. In the previous decades, this city kind of seesawed between the Lib Dems and Labour. There was a long period of Labour dominance where it was pretty much a one-party state, but the Lib Dems came along, made inroads into the Labour vote and eventually won control of this council. But it looks like Reform have come in to spoil the party here, and that doesn't bode well, certainly for the established Westminster parties here in Yorkshire. This is the only council election counting in Yorkshire tonight. Remember, Reform are hoping to do well in some of the other big cities across the north of England, big towns as well, places like Barnsley and Wakefield and Calderdale. So if Reform can make gains here in Yorkshire tonight, it should be looking pretty good for them when we get those results tomorrow.
Tim, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and some kind of declaration happening there in the background. We can say welcome to Zia Youssef for Reform, who has just joined us here in the studio, and we'll talk to you in a minute. Let's talk then to Al Pinkerton, though, Liberal Democrat MP. If you lose Hull, where you worked so hard for years to be able to take charge, what would that say about whether the Lib Dems are able to compete in this moment of political turmoil if you're actually losing?
I mean, let's see what the result ultimately is, of course, and of course it wouldn't take many losses for us to lose overall control of that council. We heard there from your colleague that all it would take is a loss of one. I mean, clearly, if that happened, that would be a real symbolic disappointment for us, because we want to see ourselves as a party that can represent the whole of the United Kingdom, including the north of England. We are, I think, on very safe ground in large parts of the southeast. We heard Hampshire being talked about before. I've been on the doors in Surrey, West Surrey, all day, where we have the first elections for the new West Surrey Unitary Authority. And I'm hopeful that in this particular area of Surrey, where I became the MP in 2024, but where we currently have almost a clean sweep of Conservative county councillors, that we might, in fact, take a clean sweep of Liberal Democrats tonight. So I think what we're hearing from all of your reporters is that it's a mixed and febrile picture across the country. And of course, I think what that exposes is the very variable nature of the UK. Every constituency will have, in effect, its own kind of red wall, the areas of definitely more socioeconomic strain. I think that's where Reform seem to be targeting quite heavily. But I think what we'll find by the end of the night is that where you have really hard-working, locally grounded Lib Dem MPs, I think we are the greatest resistance to the rise of Reform.
Chris, Phil, if the seems from our early results, and we said it, can't say it enough, it's early doors, but it does seem as if you are losing out to Reform. What's your sentiment as we are at this point? It's about half one of them. Oh, no, it's quarter to two already. What's your feeling about why this is going wrong?
Well, as you say, Laura, let's wait and see what actually happens as these seats get counted. I think only 7 were Conservative seats have declared so far out of several thousand, so we don't really know what's happening. A couple of points to make, though. One is that, as your correspondent said, many of these seats were last contested in 2021, which was a high watermark. It was the height of the vaccine rollout. So we are defending a very high starting point.
I'm just going to make it clear to the audience, most of the seats that are being contested were fought in 2022. So yes, some were fought in 2021, but most of them were fought in 2022. So I want everyone watching to know that when they hear Conservatives saying time and again, well, you have to remember they were fought in 2021.
Well,
most were 2022.
Very fair clarification, Laura, but those, I think many of those counties that people keep referring to were contested in 2021. The thing I'll be looking for is progress compared to last year, when we had, I think, a national equivalent vote share of about 15%. I'll be looking for us to move forward from there. But we should also keep in mind, we are only 18 months or so, just under 2 years, from what was a very bad election defeat, and the rebuilding process takes time. But I think what fair-minded people would say is that Kemi Badenoch is performing with increasing confidence, and people I've met on the doorstep are very impressed by the way Kemi is performing. And as an opposition, we are the only party in Parliament who are holding the government, this terrible, failing Labour government, to account. 16 U-turns we forced, including things like getting rid of the cut to the winter fuel payment, or the family farm tax, which Labour tried to introduce, even delaying the shameful surrender of the Chagos Islands, which bought time, during which Trump appears to have changed his mind. So we've saved pensioners money from opposition. We've saved many of the country's farmers from opposition. We're the only party in Parliament who are a serious party of opposition.
I think there were quite a lot of Labour MPs who had something to do with forcing the
And
government
Lib
to
Dems,
get rid of the winter fuel allowance. Well, I was waiting for you to chip.
I was being far too polite to interrupt my colleague on my right-hand side.
So I was waiting for you to chip in there. But would you not, though, Chris Philp, expect as the main opposition party, if you have what every poll suggests is an unpopular government, what every focus group suggests is an unpopular government, what many Labour MPs would acknowledge privately as a Labour government, as the main opposition, would you not acknowledge that you ought to be making more impact?
Well, I'd make 2 points. One is that it does take time to rebuild and renew after that election defeat. If you think back to the aftermath of the last big election defeat in 1997, it took about 6 or 7 years. Now, I'm sure
you
we'll
think
do it.
it'll take
no,
6 or 7 years?
No, I don't. Let me preempt that. I'm sure. I know.
Are you sure?
I'm sure we're going to do it a lot faster than that this time.
How fast
but
then?
But
That's
it does
interesting.
take.
How
but
fast
does
will it take
well,
you?
Look, I mean, the process is well underway. Kemi Badenoch, as I said, is already, I think, by far the most effective opposition leader we've had for really quite some time. And look, I do understand why.
The only opposition leader.
You were in power for 14 years.
I do understand.
Well,
I meant the country as a whole. I mean, we've had Labour opposition leaders for many years, and she's far more
Keir
effective than any
Starmer
of them.
then won the general election, having been the leader.
Yeah, and
of
look at the
opposition,
appalling mess he's made ever since. Even Ed Miliband is now conspiring to get rid of him. But look, if you take the fact that the public are very concerned about quite a few things, the cost of living, very high levels of immigration, these sort of issues, and if there's a party Reform offering superficial sounding solutions to those problems, people will get tempted by them. But I think as a general election approaches, obviously it's 3 years away, and policies get properly scrutinised, then the credibility deficit will get exposed.
You ought to be doing much better at this point. This is the
Chris,
this is the classic kind of moment when you should be doing phenomenally well.
Chris,
you've even tried to pretend that you are Reform, so as to try and steal some of their votes. And you've failed.
Chris,
you will not even be a major player at the next general election.
Chris, I think even by your standards, that is a piece of flagrant cheat. Your party, the Labour Party, is about to get eviscerated across the country. Your own cabinet colleagues are conspiring as we speak. Let me finish. Understandably, to kick out Keir Starmer. You're about to lose Wales for the first time in 100 years. So I think, to be honest, you should concentrate on defending your own appalling track record.
It's not going to be a good night for us.
Well, I think that understates it magnificently.
I've made the point, and I hate losing seats, and I hate that we're going to have a bad night tonight.
Well, hang on, are you going to lose Wales?
My point is, the Conservative Party, I'll answer that in one sec, Laura, but at this point, the opposition should be making gains, not losing significant number of seats, just on Wales, because you were just going to ask about Wales.
Well, yes, so multiple sources have told our colleagues in BBC Wales that you are going to lose the Senate election, and a former Welsh government minister has also told the BBC that means that Keir Starmer should go if that happens. So are you going to lose Wales?
We're in exactly the same position. I don't know, but it seems likely if you look at all the opinion polls, and I've been knocking doors, and that my local team have been knocking doors for weeks and weeks and weeks. I think it will be very difficult for us to hold the place that we've held. I think the two things that came up most on the door. One was a Welsh government issue, which was 20 miles an hour, which was, actually was a good policy. I think it was introduced in a way that felt very heavy-handed to a lot of voters in Wales. There was some objection as well to increasing the size of the Senedd. And then the other one was about the winter fuel. And now we've, as Chris has already pointed out, we've gone back on the winter fuel allowance. We've made sure that it's gone to the vast majority of people. But I think as I say, it is likely, if the polls prove to be right, that it's not going to be a very good night for us in Wales. I should just say, though, Laura.
Well, I just want to tell people what they're seeing, because we are showing people some pictures of Newport. So where the ballot boxes from Wales are all being verified. You can see the party representatives. They're all lined up with their rosettes and their clipboards, carefully checking those boxes are being secured. The count will actually happen tomorrow, but just that is the pictures.
Yes, and they're not verifying
Newport.
Everywhere in Wales tonight. I think it's only in a few places. But and there's been talk about being higher turnout in Wales. If that's the case, I hope that's great. Higher turnout is always good for democracy. I don't know what the end result will be. I think one of the things that may have played into this as well is a bit like the Caerphilly by-election. Plaid managed to make the case that the best way to defeat Reform was to vote for them. And that undoubtedly affected some of our vote. I heard that on the door as well. Now, I think I've been through many elections. I've been an MP for 25 years. I remember moments when we lost the seat to Plaid in the Senedd elections. I remember in 2017, we lost more than half the council seats supplied in my own constituency, and 6 weeks later, I had one of my biggest majorities. So my only thing is that, and I also remember when Joe Swinson was going to be Prime Minister. And then that never happened, and Chuck O'Mara was going to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, a lot of things happen in politics, but one thing that has not happened in 100 years is Labour not being on top in an election in Wales. So if it comes to pass, that would be an absolutely enormous moment.
It will be a big
and I want to bring in Zia Youssef from Reform, because Wales is one of those places you believe that you've been in contention with Plaid Cymru to be top of the poll. Those votes aren't counting until tomorrow, as we've been discussing. But I know that you'll have been plugged into the numbers and the campaign very carefully. So what's your expectation from Wales and Scotland?
Well, I think we're going to see history being made tonight, Laura. I think, look, Reform had a tremendous set of local elections last year. We swept the board, obviously tripled the number of seats up this time, and of course national elections in Scotland and Wales. I think we're going to see the absolute decimation once again of what we call the Uni Party, the Tory and Labour Party, that are basically stand for the same things. The British public, the British voters finally have a real alternative, and I think they are, it's early days and I don't want to preempt too much, but what I will say is the energy that we have seen on the campaign trail. I mean, Nigel's been all across the country, to the top and the bottom of it, and you know what we have seen is just millions of people who I think are sick and tired of the status quo. And it's 100 years, actually, that Labour and the Tories have had this duopoly. It was broken last year, and some people said, well, maybe that's just a one-time thing. Maybe it's a flash in the pan. Fair enough. I think we're going to follow it up. I'm confident we're going to follow it up and show it wasn't a one-time thing. We're going to grow and expand on it. In terms of Wales, look, Labour are going to lose control of the Senate for sure. It's not a surprise to me. I've spoken to a lot of Welsh people who, and you can talk about the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. Yeah, I mean that was a catastrophe. But let's also talk about. Let's also talk about. Well, I think the voters. I think the voters are. Well, if you banned cars completely and forced people to stay in their homes for the rest of their lives and banned airplanes, you'd also save lives. The point is, British voters, Welsh voters have cast their view on that. But there's lots of other issues beyond that. You know, people talk about how terrified they are of getting sick. I mean, wait lists in Wales are 30 to 50% higher for elective surgeries than they are in England, and England is already a catastrophe. Then we can talk about the fact that Welsh 15-year-olds in Wales have a lower level of educational attainment than the OECD average, lower than a country like Turkey, to whom British taxpayers, including Welsh taxpayers, have been forced under Tory and Labour governments to send hundreds of millions of pounds of foreign aid. And I think the other thing we're going to see, Laura, is we're going to see Reform making enormous gains in Labour heartlands. So obviously early days, but we can see some interesting results already. You've already talked about in Halton and in places like Chorley, where Labour vote down 50 points, Reform straight in with 50%. Extraordinary result. And then you can look at a place like Brentwood, where the Tories are down 30 points, and Reform have come in and won that seat. So we are defeating those two parties in their heartlands already.
Just some news just in the last couple of minutes. Redditch Council, of course, the council in the Midlands, Labour has lost control of Redditch Council in the Midlands. No one party is now in control of it, but they have lost control. And I think that's because Reform has taken a number of seats. So that's Redditch in the West Midlands. And in a couple of minutes, Rita will give us the details of that. Zia Youssef, can you confirm that? Do you know that to be the case, or are we bringing news to you?
You might well be bringing news to me in real time. But again, I think the theme that we're seeing here is Labour are being decimated in their heartlands. And look, again, when speaking to voters all around those areas, particularly in areas like the Red Wall, you know, we've talked a lot about Reform being the party for alarm clock Britain, i.e. people who set their alarm clock before they go to bed. They wake up very, very early and they go to work. And a lot of them have been asking in recent years, and this started under the Tories, continued under Labour, what's the point? Why are we working so hard? Why are we working overtime in order to fund the invasion of our own country? Why are we working overtime and working so hard and paying these taxes in order to pay for many people in this country to choose not to work and live a better lifestyle than we do. Why are we paying all these taxes? And if my smartphone gets stolen, there's virtually no chance a suspect is even identified, let alone arrested and
what's
put in
interesting
jail.
though, you're talking about alarm.
Well, that is what we are hearing from voters, and that is why we are getting. Well, it absolutely is true, and that is why I think we're seeing the results that we're seeing today.
Just one thing, it's interesting that you talk about working people and Alarm Clock Britain, which I think was originally a phrase used by Nick Clegg, actually, but we'll check that. But you talk about working people. Actually, if you look at the polling, most Reform voters are older. You're not the most popular party among working age voters.
Well, the point I would make is many of the people who do vote, so to the degree there are people who are currently on pensions who vote for us, most of those people, certainly that I speak to, those people have spent a lifetime working and they have children who work. And I think that one of the most interesting things that is happening too, and we're seeing this in real time now in the elections, as opposed to polls, which are often funded by people who have an agenda, what we're seeing, as I said, in these heartlands, particularly in working class communities, who feel totally betrayed by Labour. They lent their vote to Boris and got betrayed.
See what's happened in one of them.
And now I think they're turning to Reform because they finally see someone who's going to stand up for them.
Well, let's see in detail what's happened in one of them. Rita, Redditch.
Okay. Redditch. Here it comes, Laura. Oh, I'm giving you the state of the parties first. I'm going to move it on. Here we go. There's always going to be glitches. 2 in the morning is when the first glitch happens, and it's happening again. Perhaps I can be given the Redditch details, because I don't seem to be in control anymore. There we go. This is called The Big Shout. This is because it's our breaking news, a Labour loss. This is what has happened in Redditch, which was a Labour council. They got it last time round. It was a strong performance by them last time round. They had a majority of 9 and they've lost it. And this is the change in the seats since last time these seats were fought. And it's Labour losing 6 seats, Reform gaining 8, the Conservatives losing 1, and the Greens losing 1. So Redditch in the West Midlands, of course, you can just see it over here. That is a really tough pill for them to have to a bitter pill for them to have to swallow. But this says it very clearly, a strong Reform performance here. Not strong enough to take the council, they couldn't because there weren't enough seats up. So that will have sort of stymied their advance a little bit, but the advance is very clear there. The change shows it in a very marked way. Laura.
Thank you, Rita. Let's look at another council where actually Labour is held, Wigan in the northwest. Lisa Nandy, of course, on the local MPs. Now, Labour has held it. There's still 12 seats to declare there. But I just want to show you what's changed hands. If we can go on to the next graphic, you can see Labour's lost 12 seats. Reform has gained 12 seats. So in Wigan, Labour's held the council. No surprise there. Yet, a big change of hands, seats appearing to go from Labour into Reform's hands. News next. Hartlepool Council in the northeast has been lost by the Labour Party, and let's show you what's happened. Labour with 15 seats, Reform with 15 seats. So Labour loses control of Hartlepool Council, and let's show you why that's happened. It's happened because Reform gained 12 seats, Labour fell away by 7, and the Conservatives fell away by 4. So it seems that Labour has lost all of the seats that they were defending in Hartlepool, one of the parts of the country where the local MP had been one of the few Labour MPs to put its head above the parapet and say that Keir Starmer ought to go. The state of the parties so far, let's just bring you our totals. We are early in the night, but the results are starting to pick up. Reform has gained 72 council seats already. The Lib Dems lost 2. Labour losing 58, the Greens gaining 3, the Conservatives losing 10. But if you've got eagle eyes, you'll see at the bottom only 1% of the seats have been declared. So there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands to go. However, let's put those results to Chris Bryant, losing control of Hartlepool Council, losing control of Redditch Council.
Awful, and these are, I would like us to have held every single one of these seats, and I feel for all the people who I know, because my phone today has been full of people, with photos of themselves door knocking all the way through to 10 o'clock. And it, as I said earlier, it is gutting when you lose seats in the kind of numbers that we are doing at the moment. And we will need to do better. I think, as I probably said earlier, I think the character of a party is shown by what it does in its moments of defeat. We need to rebuild and reinforce our efforts to try and transform this country as fast as we can. Can I just say one thing about the uniparty argument? Because I really object to this, and I think it's a terrible, terrible lie. If you look at just 3 major policy issues that we've had over the last year, one is the Renters' Rights Bill, the other is the Workers' Rights Bill, and the third is the war in Iran. On all of those 3 issues, Reform and the Tory party were the uniparty. They've passionately opposed everything that we were doing, giving workers' rights to people, maternity, paternity pay, getting rid of fire and rehire and so on, making sure that renters had proper rights when it came to their housing, and on the war in Iran. There is a uniparty, and it's those
What's
two.
happened to unemployment since you
two.
guys came to power? What's happened to unemployment since you guys came to power?
Yeah,
It's gone up or
well,
down?
the number of people in employment has risen.
What's happened to unemployment? What's happened to youth unemployment since you guys came to power?
I'm making a specific point. You and
So you accept both of
you
those
are
things?
a uniparty.
Both of those things have rocketed as a direct result
You're a
of
bunch
your
of failed
government's
Tories. You're the
actions.
people who ran the country and ran it into the ground running up to the last election. That's the people
I've
you've
never
recruited.
served in any government in this country, so I don't know where that's coming from. But I want to
Your
ask the
party,
point again.
you know perfectly well what I'm saying. Don't play
unemployment is
silly.
at 5%. Unemployment is at 5-year highs. Youth unemployment is at decade highs. It's higher than it is in the European Union for the first time in
One of the
a
reasons
very, very
why I
long
think it's
time.
very important that the work
Rent
that we're putting in now to get
rents
young
are going
people
through
into
the
work,
roof.
providing
And look,
employers with
the evidence of
specific
this
support to be able
is
to
the
do that.
results that you're seeing. And so, you know, it's really interesting to see you sort of vehemently. It's really interesting, genuinely, to hear you talk about how you think voters want you to go further and faster doing the things that you've been doing in government. Voters want you to do the opposite of the things that you've been doing in government. That's why you are receiving. That's why you're on the receiving end of biblically
So tell us
horrendous
why you
election
voted
results
against the
today.
Workers' Rights Bill.
The Workers' Rights Bill? Okay. So here are the primary issues. Number one, I speak to lots of business people who employ people. I've employed people myself too. A lot of these people run small and medium-sized companies. They don't have large legal teams. They can ill afford hiring people, which then causes significant legal issues for them. And what they tell me is that the direct result of the legislation that you have passed means that they're just going to think twice before hiring people or replacing people who leave through the natural course of business. And as a result of that, that is what is causing unemployment to go up.
And Chris, compounding the extra regulation, which is deterring businesses from hiring. Like, I used to run businesses before getting elected, and if you load up regulation, as this Labour government has done, it simply deters businesses from making hires, and that has been compounded by the tax rises which this Labour government has imposed on business. I'm thinking particularly of employers' national insurance, a £25 billion tax rise. I'm also thinking of the very large increase in business rates that has blighted the high streets. Let me finish. The cut that took effect just a few weeks ago at the beginning of April. That is why unemployment has gone up every single month under this Labour government. That is also why, by the way, inflation has gone up dramatically since the last election, and that was happening before the war in Iran.
True.
It's gone up. Yes, it has. It's gone up from 2% to 3%. That's obviously an increase.
So
these problems. Hang on,
you
Chris.
just proved to me the uniparty. It's live and well.
Let me answer that.
And when I think
Let me
it comes to the next general election...
Well, hang on. Let Chris Philip...
about the flaws in your idea.
I think voters will go, that isn't the uniparty that we want running this country. That's not the kind of country we want, because we want a country where if you work hard, you are rewarded. You have rights in work. You're able to afford to buy your own home. You are able to survive. And that's not what your uniparty
Chris, that all sounds
will
great,
provide.
but that is not what this Labour government is doing. People are getting taxed out of work. People aren't keeping more of their own money. The government is taking away more of it, and that is why unemployment is going up. People aren't finding it easy to own their own home. They're finding it harder and harder and harder under this Labour government. Now,
Your budget led to the fastest rise in mortgage rates ever in our history.
By the way, Chris, they're higher now. By the way, Chris, they are higher now.
They've come down. We've had 6 cuts in
government
interest
gilt
rates.
rates are higher now.
We've had interest rates cuts for people's
But
mortgages have come down.
let me now just address. So while I do agree with Zia's critique of the Labour government, which I've agreed with and amplified, I don't accept Zia's charge that we are the same as Labour at all. There are very profound points of difference. For example, the Labour Party believe in increasing welfare spending, we saw them just a few weeks ago. Get rid of the two-child benefit caps, and now people can have 6,
Yes,
7
we've
children.
taken 500,000
6, 7
children out of poverty, and I'm proud of that.
Can you please not interrupt so much? You know, they've got rid of the two-child benefit cap. It's going to cost £2.5 billion. They're letting welfare spending increase by, I think it's £30 billion by the end of the Parliament. We Conservatives have a very different view. We think that two-child benefit cap should go back in place. We want to restrain welfare spending in order to fund tax cuts and spend more money on defence. We don't think it should be easier to have strikes. The Labour Party think it should be easier to have strikes. We don't think we should kill jobs with regulation. The Labour Party do.
All right, I'm going to pause Chris and Chris and Chris and Chris. I know that Chris and Chris could go at each other, Chris, probably until 6 o'clock in the morning. This is the latest result. It's not a result, but I want to show you what's happening in Wandsworth. We've already been talking about Wandsworth in London a little bit tonight because it's a key council where the Conservatives want to show progress, Labour want to hold it. The Labour vote so far is 23% down. The Tories down 4%, Reform up 10%. But you can see the Greens up 21% in that council. Now, that is counting. That is not a result, but it gives us a flavour of what is happening so far in Wandsworth. And you can see there the Greens starting to take off. Labour down 23, the Tories also down a little bit, and Reform and the Greens both picking up in Wandsworth. Let's see what happens, because that theoretically was a Labour-Tory fight. If you see votes going off to the Greens and Reform too, it might be that the Tories edge it over Labour, but we don't know. But it is interesting, with the help of the data that we have coming in, that as we watch pictures of people preparing the vote, we can also see what's happening in the numbers so far. Let's take you to a different part of the country. Let's go to Stockport, where the Lib Dems were hopeful of picking up. And I can see Al Pinkerton, you can't, but I can see him out the corner of my eye, nodding away. Let's talk to Richard Stead, who's there for us tonight. Richard, what are you hearing?
Yeah, morning. So Stockport is one of those towns which includes many wealthy South Manchester suburbs, home to City and United footballers, but also home to council overspill estates, red brick Victorian terraced houses as well. And that divide in wealth has meant a divide politically as well. No overall control on the council here. The Lib Dems are the largest party. They have 30 seats, 2 more needed for a majority. Labour defending 7 seats here in Stockport tonight. And you do see that yellow Lib Dem diamond outside homes right across the town. So speaking to the Lib Dems here, they're quite confident of taking some of those seats off Labour, which would give them a flagship council here in the north of England. And also tonight as well, a couple of colourful characters standing. There is a NHS transplant surgeon standing for Reform UK and a defector from North Korea standing for the Conservatives.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. We'll be back with you later on in the morning. Let's go to Bexley on the outskirts of London, sometimes called the part of the donut. Susanna Mendonca is in Bexley for us. What's happening there?
Yeah, so Bexley is traditional Tory heartland. They've run this council for 20 years. We're here at the local leisure centre. You can smell the chlorine in the air. This is where people usually go swimming. But here is where Reform UK are hoping that they will make a splash this time round. This is one of those London boroughs that Reform UK think they can take off the Conservatives. Now, if you look at the figures last time round, the Conservatives won this borough with 33 of the seats, and we had Labour getting 12. So Reform have got quite a long way to go in order to take control of this council. I've been speaking to senior Conservatives in the last kind of 20 minutes or so, telling me that they think that they're going to be able to hold off Reform here, but Reform have been telling me that they think that they're going to take it. So it's one that's really very much at a kind of knife edge, really. And this is an area of London that borders Kent. Of course, that was a place where Reform UK won last time round in the local elections last year. So they think that this is a place that they can take. It's a place that back in 2016 voted to leave the European Union. When you speak to people, issues like immigration certainly do come up when you talk to people out and about. So Reform UK think that they've got a real chance here. Labour are just hoping that they'll be able to hold on to what they've got. In terms of Labour, at the general election, they managed to actually pick up one of the parliamentary seats here, which was a surprise for them. This time round, of course, things have changed in terms of the national polls, and so it's really a case of wait and see. We haven't got any counting that's started yet. They're still doing verification, so we'll see what happens in the coming hours. But the Conservatives hoping to hold on to this borough that they've held, as I say, for 20 years, and Reform hoping that this might be their first ever London borough.
Thank you very much indeed, Susanna Mendoza and Bexley, and a very interesting race there on the outer edge of London, and Reform hoping there to do well as they do in all sorts of contests around the country. And this is probably the fanciest way that ballot boxes have been moved around the country. Here's a helicopter in Edinburgh bringing ballot boxes to the counts. Now, remember, the contests in Scotland and Wales are not going to be determined until tomorrow. Of course, millions of people have already cast their ballots, but the counting in Scotland and Wales is not until tomorrow, as is also the case with many other English councils. So remember, tonight what we're getting are some smaller cities and lots of towns around England where there may well be a continuation of lots of dramatic results, but there's still going to be a huge way to go before the end of the day tomorrow, when we'll have clarity about all the different contests around the country. But you can see there, I've never seen ballot boxes coming out of a helicopter before, and all the many times I've sat talking about elections, and presumably those ballot boxes will have come from constituencies far flung. Maybe it was Nahilan and Yar, the Western Isles, who knows, or Shetland, who knows. But those ballot boxes arriving there in Edinburgh, where the counting will begin in Scotland tomorrow. So we've had quite a good tour around different parts of the country. Let's go to Peterborough. Now, we were talking about Peterborough and independent councillors there and all the things that have happened with Ben Schofield a bit earlier on. But it is one of those parts of the country, isn't it, where we monitor the big picture a lot.
Absolutely, Laura. And I want to show you the big picture actually historically, because this is a big graph of the vote share in Peterborough going back over 20 years. So let's start at this end, 2002. And you can see this is a sort of line graph we're used to in a way, isn't it? You know, three main parties, and you can see there's one party in the ascendant, in this case the Conservatives, over many years were the main party in Peterborough. And then you're getting towards the Johnson Truss, Sunak years, where the Conservatives start to dip. And then the pale blue line of Reform comes here, and you're getting this sort of slightly mad graph in a way. I mean, we're very unused to seeing this sort of thing, aren't we? You know, this precipitous rise of Reform and this bunching together of the other parties, the Conservatives still a little ahead, Labour, Green and the Lib Dems all just sort of crowding in together. So this is what has happened to the vote share in Peterborough. They're still counting. There are 12 of the 18 seats declared. It's in no overall control. It was before, it still is. But behind that appearance of stasis, you can see what a different sort of situation we're in now in Peterborough. So I wonder how often, Laura, we're going to see that sort of graph during the course of the night.
I don't know, maybe quite a few times. Let's see. Rita, thank you very much indeed. And we can bring you another couple of results. So Tamworth Council in Staffordshire. Labour has lost control of the council in Tamworth. These are the seat numbers. Labour has 14, Reform has 10, the Tories way back on 3. So Labour has lost control of Tamworth Council, and the all-important numbers of what has changed hands. You can see there Labour has lost 2 seats, but Reform has gained 9. So there in Staffordshire, Labour won both the council and the parliamentary seat in 2024. They only had a tiny majority, but courtesy of 9 extra seats going to Reform and the Tories falling back, Labour has lost control of the council there. Broxbourne in Hertfordshire, the Tories have held it. Conservative hold there. Now that is rock solid, true blue territory, theoretically, but the Conservatives have held it there. But we can look at how the seats changed hands. So look, the Tories have dropped 2 seats, Reform up 2. So modest gains in Broxbourne for Reforms. The Conservatives have kept control of Broxbourne in Hertfordshire. And that brings our overall total as we are at 2:15 in the morning. Reform is not far off the century mark. Smiling Nigel Farage on your bottom left of your screen with 94 seats tonight. Kemi Badenoch with 13. Labour's Keir Starmer with 12. The Lib Dems with 12 too. The Greens have picked up 6 seats. The results for them, the way the timetable's designed, might come later on in this election cycle, and 3 seats to the Independents. So let's take a look at some of the other counts that are underway. Tameside, now we were hearing from our reporter on the ground there that Reform is very hopeful of doing some significant damage to Labour in Tameside too. Backyard of Angela Rayner and Jonathan Reynolds, Labour's chief whip. Let's then show you Wandsworth, which could be a very close result. Labour and the Tories fighting it out. But these London councils can be so totemic. The next one is Wandsworth, or Westminster. I just showed you Wandsworth. Let's go on to Westminster. And the scene there, so counting well underway. And all of these results will add up to what is a very complicated political jigsaw picture that we live in nowadays. Merton here in the southwest of London, where the Lib Dems hope to be picking up seats. But just in the last couple of minutes, we can remind ourselves there's been another Labour loss of Tamworth Council. Just while we say of those pictures, Chris Bryant, that's another disappointment for you.
Sorry, I think I might have misheard your numbers. I thought you said that it was 14, 10, 3. Well, wasn't it?
In Tamworth, well, we can get the numbers back up. Labour's
because
lost.
That would still be a majority.
Overall control.
Or is that just the change of seats?
We'll just get those numbers back up. I think that's the change of seats. This is the change.
All right,
the change of seats. So yes, in Tamworth you've lost to no overall control. We'll try and bring those numbers and see if we can resuscitate them. There we are. Yes. So yes, you've lost control of that council in Staffordshire, and you've won it in 2024. I mean, why do you think this is happening?
For the same reasons that I said earlier, that we're not impressing enough voters. Voters don't have confidence that I don't think we're offering them enough hope and a sense that things will be better for them that next year and the year after. There are some things that have come our way which have made that more difficult. I think at the beginning of the year, I very much thought that we were turning the corner economically. We had much better than expected growth figures. We had inflation going in the right direction, and then the war in Iran has made things much more difficult for that. And I think people are already predicting what that will feel like in 6 and 9 months' time, even if we manage to get the de-escalation that we've been arguing for some time as fast as possible and the Straits of Hormuz.
But how do you offer someone hope in a political sense? I mean, what does that actually mean in brass tacks? Does that just mean that your messaging has been wrong?
No, well, maybe sometimes it has been. I think maybe we've not conveyed our what we're doing with sufficient passion and conviction. But I think, and undoubtedly, we've made some mistakes. The biggest thing on the doorstep has undoubtedly been winter fuel.
Still, even in this campaign?
Even in this campaign, I think it's one of the policies that has been most popular, which again has been opposed by others around this table, is the increase in the national minimum wage. But because that has actually put money in people's pockets. But one of the problems is that and that's a very popular policy, but people know a lot about it. One of the very unpopular policies that lots of people know about was the winter fuel payment. And I think lots of us felt from the very beginning that really we would have been better off. Of course, it shouldn't go to everybody. It shouldn't go to every millionaire in the country. That's a waste of scarce resources. But the threshold should have been much higher than it was set. And that's what we've now done, of course.
Well, thanks, Laura. I was just going to say, I mean, I think Chris raises a number, this Chris on my left-hand side raises a number of good points, and this Chris earlier on made some interesting points as well. I mean, when I've been going around knocking on doors, and I've knocked on hundreds, thousands of doors, as have my team over the last month, I've never heard a Prime Minister being spoken about with such dislike. And it's dislike to the point of actually kind of discomforting to kind of hear it. And I can't necessarily explain it, but people have just taken against Keir Starmer. And I don't think people can even necessarily say that there's one particular policy that's done it, because they don't have a great awareness of what Labour have actually done. And I wonder if that gets back to the problem that Chris was referring to. and that things clearly have been done. We've sat in the House of Commons and we've watched policies go through, some of which we've maybe agreed with, many of which we haven't. But I just think the storytelling hasn't been there. I think people have a very limited understanding of what Labour are standing for. And that's created a vacuum that has allowed genuine information, perhaps some misinformation, perhaps some purposeful disinformation to creep in and to tell a story about Keir Starmer and the Labour Party that may be justified or it may not be. But this is not a government that has taken control of its own story. And they've really let that slip. But I would just also want to say in response to this, Chris, on my right-hand side earlier on, because you were saying that you think Kemi's doing a great job. Well, again, those same people that I'm talking to on the doors just don't like her. And I think there's, again, a problem here. And I wonder whether Conservative MPs enjoy that rough and tumble that happens at PMQs. I think maybe the lobby presses enjoy that too, as do the political sketch writers in the newspapers. They enjoy that moment and they see her as being tough, a little bit spiky and sassy. But that does not, as far as I can tell, that does not translate for the kind of one nation Conservatives that Surrey Heath represents. And I don't think that's a strategy that's going to win them back, because they see and hear your party aping the likes of Reform, who they are equally abhorred by. So your strategy seems to be pushing people in my direction. Now, I don't want to discourage you from that, but it's just an observation.
I was going to say, is it quite helpful to you if both of them are failing, as you suggest they are?
And I think I am politically profiting from that.
I mean, first of all, thank you for the free advice. Much appreciated. I mean, certainly, it's very generous. I mean, certainly on the doors that I've been knocking on, I mean, in Croydon, but also far beyond that. I mean, people do appreciate the way Kemi is holding Keir Starmer to account. The U-turns we forced, together with others,
Thank you very much for acknowledging that.
There we are. It's late at night, so we can be generous. Look, have actually genuinely helped people, like getting the winter fuel U-turn, forcing that out of the Labour Party.
And the family farm tax.
And the family farm, but huge wins for farmers. Look, I think in terms of our party's appeal and the difference to Reform, is that, we do have, besides a new approach to issues like immigration, we do also have a credible approach to the economy, getting welfare spending down so we can cut taxes. Now, this sort of question about, why has the Labour government sort of failed so badly? I mean, I don't think it is a question of just communication or packaging, or, I think the public are angry with the Labour government after just 2 years. I mean, it's only 2 years or less than 2 years since an election.
But it's still angry with you. I mean, if we're looking at the numbers so far, Reform has now passed the century. They've got 103 seats. They're taking them at Labour's expense, but they're also taking them at your expense.
Look, to a much lesser extent. Look, I mean, I acknowledge that, right? It has only been a year and a half since the last general election, and we do still have more work to do. I completely acknowledge that. But to try and diagnose how it is that after between 1.5 and 2 years, a government that got elected by a landslide is so unpopular, and I do agree with Al. I mean, Keir Starmer is essentially loathed by pretty much every sector of the public. Now, why is that?
That's a very strong word to use about
Well, it is. I mean, and it really is. I mean, the public's view of him really is like visceral, even amongst people who have traditionally voted Labour. Now, why is that? It's because the Labour Party sort of ran at the last general election making a bunch of promises, which included things like not putting up tax. They've done the opposite. They've put through the biggest tax rises in a generation, and that has consequences. It is increasing unemployment. It is making people poorer because businesses are having to put prices up to pay for the tax rises Labour have imposed. And people are, frankly, furious that having elected a government on a certain set of promises, those promises have been flagrantly broken. And the thing that really sticks is increasing welfare spending on people who have, mild anxiety and so on, or want to have 6 kids,
but Chris Bryan,
paid for by hard-working taxpayers. People are really angry about that.
Both of your opponents here, Chris Bryan, are saying very clearly from their experience going around the country, knocking on doors, talking to members of the public, that your leader is the problem.
Well, my experience over the... Sorry?
Part of the problem. I mean, the policies are a problem too.
Thanks, Chris, for more free advice.
No problem.
So it's like they're setting up a little political
spreading around
over in the corner here. But address that point. They both said very clearly from their experience on the doors, and so is Zia Youssef from Reform, have identified very clearly that Keir Starmer is part of your problem. A significant part of your problem is that the public have, for whatever reason, taken a dislike to him since he walked into office.
The truth is that every single Prime Minister that we've had for the last 15 years has been on a steady decline of popularity. It's been the same for every single one.
Not in the way.
Every single one has gone down and down and down.
Not in the way that's happened to your leader since he walked into Downing Street the record, and we looked at some of the numbers with Rita not so long ago, his personal favourability records have taken a tumble. This is not similar to other things that we've seen gone before
I think
this
it is
quickly.
Sorry, the only point I'm trying to make is
Yeah.
that I think that it is part of a trend that politicians are manifestly distrusted. Every single one of us has a party leader who is distrusted and disliked. None of us has a positive rating for any of their political leaders.
But let him answer. But do you acknowledge it? Is he misunderstood? Is it unfair?
I think it's
What do you think?
completely out of proportion to anything that faces any kind of reality about Keir Starmer. The Keir Starmer that I know, I had a meeting with him. I'm a relatively junior minister. I had a meeting with him about my area of responsibility 2 weeks ago. He was completely on top of all the detail. He knew exactly what was happening in my work, and he was driving forward decisions. So my experience of Keir Starmer is, I think, very different. I have heard the word loathe, but it's interesting, isn't it? We as politicians now, we're all happy to chuck around that word hate and loathe and stuff. We're all adding to this vituperative, viscerally hateful political discourse in the UK. And one of the things that I grew up really detesting was sectarianism in politics. You all know from Glasgow that it used to be, Catholic, Protestant, did you support Celtic or Rangers and all that kind of stuff. And I just hoped that was a thing of the past. But I think one of the things that social media and today's modern political discourse has done is it's created a new form of sectarianism and actually atomized us. It's not just two sides. It's into tiny groups, and everybody hates everybody else. That isn't a way for us. That's not the British way. I think there's a better way of us being a nation, which is where we are more generous. We do want to support those when they need support. We want to make sure that we have strong public services. And I know everybody attacks the tax rises that we've done, but how do you get the NHS back on its feet if you don't put money in to make sure that it succeeds?
The problem with that is that you told people you wouldn't put taxes up. So that may or may not be the right
taxes we wouldn't put up, to be precise.
Raise tax. But many people felt that you were not candid about what you were going to do in the election campaign. And then you made a tax change that was in the small print. But we've all discussed that on many, many occasions. Just before we go to Rita with some more analysis, Sia, Chris have been locking horns over here, but do you agree with what Chris Bryant was saying, that we have come to a bad place in politics where there's an awful lot of nastiness right across the board?
I think it's remarkable that the representative from Labour is whinging about people saying that Keir Starmer is loathed on the doorstep when that is demonstrable by any poll. He's the most unpopular Prime Minister on record in poll after poll. And this is also, by the way, Keir Starmer, last I remember, was the man who cut Nigel Farage's security and then sent cabinet minister after cabinet minister after cabinet minister to accuse Nigel Farage of being a fascist, accusing him of being a racist, and David Lammy out claimed that he was a Nazi sympathiser. I'm sorry, it was one of the most disgusting displays I've ever seen. And the idea that people are going to have some sympathy here for Labour about rhetoric in politics, I think is a disgrace. And, it is really interesting and frankly heartening for Reform, I would say, to hear the representative from Labour here basically saying the voters are wrong and excoriating the voters instead of actually doing some introspection here as to why you are receiving what looks to be probably the most historic landslide defeat for any incumbent government in a set of local elections.
I thought
Nigel Farage was endlessly complaining that he's hard done by in the media. He's always the victim, isn't he? I think it's exactly the same problem, which is that we have a very vituperative, angry political discourse, and we ought to calm it down.
I see no historical precedent in this country for a government to withdraw security from the primary political challenger and then send cabinet minister after cabinet minister out to the media to describe him as a racist and a fascist, and then the deputy prime minister to describe him as a Nazi sympathiser, and then apologise and withdraw that comment. I just thought that was absolutely disgusting. And as someone who works with Nigel every single day, I think it's, again, that was one of the things that actually hardened a lot of people in Reform with regards to Keir Starmer in terms of his personal character. And I think that's what we're seeing, not just, we've talked about what we're hearing on the doorsteps, we're now seeing this at the ballot box.
You're making two accusations there. Are you accusing Keir Starmer personally of removing Nigel Farage's security detail. Is that what you're saying? You've said a couple of times that happened.
The government provided security to Nigel Farage and was withdrawn, and then in a short period of time, and again, I've not seen any precedent for this previously, the Prime Minister of this country gave a series of interviews and then sent cabinet ministers out, 3, excluding David Lammy, to describe Nigel Farage as a racist and as a fascist, and then David Lammy went out and called him a Nazi sympathiser.
Do you have any evidence, first of all, that Keir Starmer had anything to do with an operational decision to change the security arrangements for Nigel Farage?
Here's what I know. Nigel Farage had state-provided security for a period of time. It was a relatively short period of time,
and then that was withdrawn.
Well, I'm not privy to what goes on behind those closed doors.
Okay, so but you've accused him of doing it, and you've just said that you don't know if he did it or not.
The security was withdrawn, but the really key point here is that then there was, we talk about divisive rhetoric and dangerous rhetoric. Nigel is somebody who was attacked in 2017, attacked again in 2019, attacked multiple times in 2024. I'm sorry, I think it's absolutely disgraceful. And I wouldn't have actually raised this point and taken issue with it if it wasn't a Labour representative here having the gall to talk about rhetoric in politics,
then you've also just
whinging about Keir Starmer being
But you've also just said, and I'm asking you
doorstep.
questions about this, you've also just said then that 3 cabinet ministers went and accused Nigel Farage personally of being a racist, and one of them accused him of being a fascist while they were cabinet ministers. What specifically are you referring to? Because I remember, because I did the interview with Keir Starmer where he described some of your policies as racist, but he was very careful not to say, and he said explicitly, I'm not saying that about Nigel Farage.
Well,
so what specifically
if you go back,
are you referring to?
there were multiple cabinet ministers during that time who did interviews describing him as such. Most notably, of course, was David Lammy, who described Nigel as a Nazi sympathiser. Do you not remember that interview?
I'm just asking you, you're making specific allegations. I'm asking you to be specific about exactly what you're referring to, because the sequence of events in all of these are very important. And of course, there were some occasions, I think, where you're referring to David Lammy in times gone by had said those, but you're making specific allegations claiming that the Prime Minister sent out cabinet ministers to call Nigel Farage a fascist.
I would assume any cabinet minister that is speaking to the media is doing so on at least the implicit authority of the Prime Minister. And do you not remember David Lammy saying that Nigel was, part of the Hitler Youth, or would have been? Sorry, he said he would have been a part of the Hitler Youth, right? Do you not remember that? And then had to backtrack and apologise for that. And that came in the wake of his security being withdrawn.
Okay.
And again, I want to make the point here that Nigel's security was withdrawn, and then these cabinet minister after cabinet minister made these points.
Okay,
and again, I want to emphasise the point that this is in
what you were
response
specifically
to...
referring to, but we were going to move on because we were going to get into some more results with Rita. Rita.
Laura, let's take a look at a couple of the councils that Labour has lost control of, that Laura has already reported, but let's see how that's happened. Tamworth in Staffordshire, which used to be Labour, is now under no overall control. That's why it's there in dark grey. Labour short by 2 with all the seats declared. And this is what has happened. Labour remains the largest party with 14 seats, but Reform have come in and taken 10 seats. The Conservatives in third place on 3, and then an independent candidate and a Green candidate, both won 1 seat. And you can see here the change since last time these seats were fought. Labour have lost 2, Reform have gained 9, and the Conservatives actually have lost 6 seats as well. And it's interesting to remember that Tamworth was actually won by Labour in 2024, as was the seat in the general election. So it does look as if enthusiasm for the Labour Party in Tamworth has really declined pretty dramatically. Let's also take a look at another of the councils that we've already reported on. Hartlepool, a Labour loss as well, also to no overall control. And here, Labour were short by 4. You can see here that in terms of the seats, this is the council now, and Labour and Reform are neck and neck on 15 seats, and independent candidates there also have 6 seats. So this is the change since 2022. Labour have lost 7 seats, Reform have gained 12, and the Independents have lost 1, and the Conservatives have lost 4. So that is what has happened in Hartlepool. There'll be a huge mix of emotions there, and our reporter David McMillan is in Hartlepool for us. Just describe how people are feeling, David.
Dearton Leisure Centre in Hartlepool. Now, we went into this election expecting it to be a big night for reform, and they have absolutely swept the board. Hartlepool Council elects in third, so 12 of the 36 seats were being contested tonight, and Reform have won all of them. I haven't studied the figures too closely, but certainly when I was writing them down when they were being announced, it looked like none of the wards were even close. Reform have absolutely taken over Hartlepool tonight, not in terms of necessarily running the council, that remains to be seen, but they've certainly won this election very clearly. So I've been speaking to Graham Harrison, an old Reform councillor at Hartlepool Borough Council. He said that this result showed that people were desperate for change. I asked him about what sort of reforms, what sort of policies Reform UK would want to bring in Hartlepool, what sort of change they would like to see if they are able to take leadership of the council. He didn't like to elaborate a great deal on that. He said he wanted to see what happens next in terms of what will take place in terms of sorting out the leadership of the council in the next couple of weeks. But he did say that cutting costs would be a priority. Now, as we've established, it's been a great night for Reform in Hartlepool, a terrible night for Labour. They lost all 6 seats that they were defending. The council leader, Pamela Hargreaves, was amongst those Labour councillors to lose their seats. Pamela Hargreaves told me that it was obviously not a good result, that she was devastated that lots of hard-working Labour councillors who are trying to do their best for the town had lost their seats, and she said that she'd been speaking to people on the doorstep and they'd said that they believed that the Labour councillors were doing a good job, but as she said that they could not vote for you while Keir Starmer is still Prime Minister. So yes, very much a night of mixed emotions, jubilation for Reform, but despair for Labour in Hartlepool.
David, thank you very much indeed for bringing us up to date on what's happening in Hartlepool. Let's go then to Wandsworth. We've shown the pictures and the scene in Wandsworth in London. We can, though, see what's happening with the numbers. Now, they are still counting. Labour so far on 4, Tories on 2. 52 seats still to declare. But here's the interesting bit. We can see the share so far. Labour on 38%, the Tories on 28%. Now, they had been feeling slightly hopeful of getting that iconic London council back into their hands, but 38-28 and Reform on 7%, and then look, the Greens on 20%. Let's just look at the change in the share and where the counting's taken place so far. It's mainly the votes from Labour wards. So, of course, that skews what we're looking at. But Labour down 14, the Greens up 13% so far. Let's talk to Adina Campbell. She's there. Really interesting to see the numbers so far. We should emphasise they're still counting, but it looks like the Green vote has really taken off in some Labour parts of the borough.
Yes, Laura, it's suddenly got quite noisy here in Wandsworth Town Hall. In the last few moments, actually, another set of results has been declared, and we believe that ward has gone to Labour. So we've had 4 wards so far, which we've seen results in. 3 of them so far Labour, 1 of them Conservative, and we've heard jubilant celebrations, particularly by the Labour Party in the last few minutes, people hugging, feet stomping, sighs of relief, but also lots of anxious smiles, people not quite sure how this vote may end up, but we still have a few more hours to go. We still have another 18 wards to get through before we know the overall result of this borough. And of course, we know that many people are going to be watching closely to see what happens here, because it is expected to be a very tight race between Labour and the Conservatives. As we've been hearing, Labour took control of this council 4 years ago, back in 2022, after more than 44 years under Conservative control. If the Conservatives manage to win this council back, they will be extremely delighted. They will be relieved that they have managed to break through yet again. This council was considered to be a flagship, iconic Tory council back in the day. So Labour hoping to hang on to it, the Conservatives hoping to gain it. Let's see what happens in the coming hours.
Adina, thank you very much indeed. One of the really interesting results that we're going to be looking out for. Now, we are still early on in this huge marathon of elections, even though it is 2:40 in the morning, just about. But as the data comes in, John Curtis can do some very, very interesting things with it. So, John, you've been looking at our key wards. What have you picked up in your latest round of calculations?
Well, the two kind of interesting things we've picked up. Number one is that everybody thinks that the debate about Brexit's moved on, etc. But one of the things we know from the opinion polls is that support for reform is running at around 50% amongst those people who voted Leave in 2016 and less 10% amongst those who voted Remain. And this is now being reflected in the geography of the party's support. Support for reform is markedly higher in wards which voted strongly for Leave than it has been so far in wards that voted for Remain. Oh, and by the way, the converse is true for the Greens. The Greens tend to do rather better in the more Remain-inclined areas than they are in the more Leave-inclined areas. And again, you can see that there from the contrast between the two graphs we've just been showing. So these results, again, it's helping us to say the opinion polls are seemingly in the right place. The opinion polls have been telling us reform is very much a pro-Leave vote. And there's also a series of attitudes that are associated with that: concern about immigration, scepticism about equalities policies, all ideas that reform articulate, but that the Greens are very, very much at the opposite end of the spectrum. And to that extent, that's one of the reasons why we say that our fragmented politics is now also rather more polarised. The second thing we've picked up is this. Note that so far, Reform have won over half of the seats that have been declared. Yet they're only winning somewhere around 29-30% of the vote in the wards that have been declared so far. What's that telling us? It's telling us that Reform, who are at least ahead of everybody else, and everybody else, nobody is close to Reform. We've got a whole pack of them, all roughly around 10 points behind. But in those circumstances, the first past the post voting system, if this carries on, is going to work decisively to Reform's advantage in these elections. We've long been used to the idea that first past the post helped to keep third parties out of our politics. Well, last year, Reform profited from first past the post, and so far at least, it looks as though they're going to profit from it this time as well.
John, thank you. So interesting. And I can bring you just another result. The first good one for the Liberal Democrats. They've gained Stockport Council from no overall control. So Stockport, a good result for the Lib Dems. They were hopeful of having a chance at taking it, and they indeed have. And in a couple of minutes, Rita will show us exactly what's happened in the numbers there, but a good result for the Lib Dems taking control of Stockport Council. Let's check in, though, and try and understand a bit more about what might be behind some of these voting decisions that millions of you have been making in the last 24 hours. Scarlett Maguire is Director of Maryland Strategy Polling. Scarlett, thanks for joining us these early hours of the morning. For you, do you think this has been a national election or a set of local elections?
More than any other local elections I can remember. I think this definitely is being seen by voters as a national election. I was picking that up very strongly in focus groups, and then when we polled it, we found that the British public was saying by more than a 2-to-1 margin that they considered their vote in the local elections to be based on national rather than local factors. And then even more strongly than that, it was to send a message. And again, when we asked them, what are you voting for? Like, why are you voting? The word that came through the biggest was change. And I think we can see that written into quite a few of the results we've had so far, even though we've got a lot more to come.
And when you sit in focus groups, which can be such a valuable thing to do, just listening at length to voters talking about why they make the decisions that they make, what was the one or two things that came across most strongly to you?
I think the first thing that came across the most strongly was the level of dislike for Keir Starmer, and that was true across the voting spectrum. So from your sort of progressive left all the way to your populist right, or whatever you want to call it, voters were damning about Keir Starmer, and it was the same words that were coming up over and over again. Weak, primarily, but then also words like liar as well, and they saw the government as characterised by U-turns under his leadership. And I think as a secondary thing as well, the other thing that was coming up, again, this was cross-spectrum and especially prevalent in voters that were considering parties like Green, the Plaid Cymru, SNP and Reform, was this idea that the country was not working and that it was on the wrong track and that things were stacked against them. And actually there's an awful lot more, I think, in common with some of the drivers for these votes for some very different parties than people think. And at the moment, that seems to be really hurting our traditional establishment parties.
Scarlett Maguire, thank you very much indeed for joining us and staying up to the early hours of the morning. It's good to hear your thoughts. Thank you very much. Now, as promised, as we brought you the news that the Liberal Democrats have taken control of Stockport, Rita.
Indeed, they have. The first council of the night for the Liberal Democrats. Here it comes. My equipment is a bit sluggish tonight, isn't it? Here it comes, finally. There you go, Stockport in glorious Lib Dem mustard. This is how they did it. They needed 32 for a majority, and there are 15 out of the 21 seats declared. The Lib Dems here, you'll see, on 32 seats, Labour on 12, and Independents on 8. And just the change here since 2023, the Lib Dems have taken 2 seats, and I can tell you that they've taken those 2 seats from Labour, and Reform up 2 as well. They've also taken 2 seats from Labour, and there you go. Labour down 4 seats. And let's have a look at the vote share. Lib Dems on the lion's share of the vote, 39% for them, but a strong performance here by Reform, 26% of the vote. And pushing Labour, you can see, into 4th place. The Greens are on 13%. Interesting to compare Stockport to another council where the Lib Dems are competitive, which is Hull. They're still counting there, still quite a lot more to get through, but I can tell you that the Lib Dems have actually lost a couple of seats there in Hull, so potentially a slightly different story going on there, but obviously we'll keep you updated as more information comes in.
What the voters give with one hand, they take away with the other. Al Pinkerton, good news for you though in Stockport.
I think this is a great result. It's a great result for Mark Roberts, Lisa Smart and Tom Morrison, my 2 MP colleagues from that area, and I think it does show that where you have a really hard-working Lib Dem MP, then you can take votes off Labour in the north, but also you can hold Reform at bay. And I think it's going to be the story of the night. I think we're just going to see Labour votes splitting in different directions depending on where we are in the country.
It's interesting though, because from the Lib Dems, the traditional thing is, we build up councillors and then we get an MP. I'm noticing you've said a couple of times actually, where we've got a great local hardworking MP, then we might take the council.
Well,
that's flipped.
I think that's certainly what we're looking at in Surrey, where we did have borough councils in Surrey, but I think what we're now looking for is borough council led to an MP, and that MP can now, I think, lead to effectively unitary authorities being taken as well. So I think it is still part of a kind of gradual building, but it might be slightly different direction to the one that we've traditionally
But what will it tell us if you lose control of Hull, which is an area of the country you've run the council there, people have seen your track record, and it looks like you might lose it?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know on that one. Of course, we don't have an MP in that area, and I don't know whether you can start making inferences there. It was a very well-run council from what I understand, and clearly any losses are really disappointing for those particular councillors. But I think clearly in other areas like Stockport, where you've got Tom and Lisa working really hard nearby, I think that's where you can also show national representation and you can get things done at the national level. And that is part of the holistic picture. That is both fixing the church roof, but also being able to take that story into Parliament.
OK, Ed Davey did actually, well, I'm not sure if he did actually go up on top of a church roof. But
I think he did.
I think he
probably jumped off the top and abseiled down into a swimming pool.
You're all jealous of his stunts, I'm sure. Right, we've talked about Stockport, we've talked about Hull. Let's talk again about Essex, where all the signs that we've heard so far from tonight is that Reform are very hopeful of, I think one of them said they're smashing it, I think a source told one of our reporters on the ground. Let's talk to Sir Bernard Jenkin, experienced long-time Conservative who's joining us from Essex. Thank you very much indeed for joining us in the early hours, Sir Bernard.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Great to see you, except I can't see you.
Yeah, well, hopefully you can hear us clearly, and you can imagine what our election 2026 studio looks like. You must be feeling pretty nervous as it appears Reform is cleaning up in your backyard.
Well, we were expecting this. I'm in Clacton Leisure Centre. It's Nigel Farage's home patch. He's not here, of course, but they were always going to sweep the board around here in this election. What's been striking on the doorstep is while our candidates have been talking about the local issues, this is a big protest vote, big turnout about national issues. People are still very angry about immigration and the mishandling of the economy and all these things, where Kemi's been very clear that we made mistakes and we're learning from those mistakes and we're changing our approach as a party. but that is still very much reflected in this vote.
But hang on a minute. I mean, this has been a Conservative council since 1973, apart from a couple of times when it was in overall control.
No, this is...
Reform's been gaining in Basildon, Brentwood, Rochford, Southend, as well as Essex County Council.
Yep.
I mean, shouldn't you be taking this a bit more seriously rather than making jokes about Nigel Farage not being there?
Well, I'm not making a joke. I'm just pointing out that he's not. But the point is that we were expecting to get wiped by Reform in this election. The really interesting comparison will be with Kent last year, where the Conservatives were left with just 5 seats. If we do a little bit better than that, there might be evidence that Reform has in fact peaked, and the national opinion polls are beginning to show that. The other thing is the kind of conversation you have on the doorstep is very much about the national issues and not the local issues. This is the politics of protest, not the politics of choice. Also, there is evidence of tactical voting. I've spoken to Liberal Democrats and even Greens who have voted Conservative in some areas to try and stop Reform. I think we're going to see more tactical voting to stop Reform as things develop, and I suspect that councils where Reform has been kept out is where tactical voting has taken place to support the challenger party against Reform, and I think we're going to be seeing more of that.
But if you say this is the politics of protest rather than the politics of choice, why is it that people are not turning to the Conservatives in order to make their feelings plain about their dislike of the Labour government, if they have that?
Fair question. It's obviously going to take time. Certainly, Kemi didn't get off the ground in her first year. I mean, it was partly a deliberate strategy to pace herself. But she's now the most popular leader in the country, more popular than Nigel Farage. And I can tell you, in the last few weeks, the response to Kemi herself on the doorstep has been pretty good, really very good. And I would say that people are listening to Kemi Badenoch now in the way that they weren't even a few months ago. And that will take its effect on people's voting intentions. I've even spoken to voters who said, "Oh, come on, Bernard, I'm fed up. I'm voting Reform this time. I used to vote for you." And I said, "Well, will we get you back in the end?" And they say, "Maybe you will." Because I think people are aware that they're protesting. They know at a general election they'll have to make a very serious choice about who leads the country. And we've yet to see a Reform council that can run a council, let alone the idea that Nigel Farage can run the country.
But by when do you expect voters might have, as you confidently predict, come back to you?
I think as the general election becomes imminent, people will start adjusting their voting intentions.
So not till 2029. You're going to be lagging. You're going to be lagging behind Reform until 2029.
Well, let's wait and see. I suspect we will be ahead of Reform at the time of the next general election, whenever that comes, because as soon as people are confronted with a real choice, they'll have to weigh up the real risks of electing a complete novice into number 10, who is very good at a barroom shouting, but not very good at designing policies or knowing any detail. I mean, you know, how many times have you asked him about policy detail and he just says, "I haven't got a clue"?
Okay, so Bernard Jenkin in Essex, thank you very much indeed for joining with us, and apologies, there was a slight judder on some of those images there for Sir Bernard, but we did hear him clearly throughout that interview. Zia Youssef, just want to pick up with you on that. I mean, Bernard Jenkin saying there, by the time it gets to a general election, essentially the public will think, well, we're not going to take a chance on someone, on a party that's not had any experience in government before.
Yeah, well, it's just fascinating hearing Labour and Tory representatives this morning displaying such extraordinary levels of delusion, zero introspection, in fact, actually just dripping with condescension for voters there. I mean, basically he's saying, well, voters might just be sort of playing around at the moment. They don't really know what they're doing. They'll soon come to their senses and vote Tory, instead of actually accepting the fact that people did vote Tory time and time again. We had a Tory government for 14 years. They promised in 4 consecutive manifestos to cut net immigration down to the tens of thousands, throw open our borders, and then shipped in 12 million people gross, 6 million people net. So I'll dismiss that straight away. I think the interesting thing about Essex now, really at the next general election, is whether frankly, Kemi Badenoch is actually going to keep her seat and be a member of Parliament after the next general election. Many of the bigger beasts, to the degree such a thing exists in the current Tory shadow cabinet, are Essex MPs. I think most, if not all of them, will lose their seats at the next general election, including Kemi herself.
But do you accept at all, though, the argument that people do have concerns or may have concerns about the next general election about your party's lack of experience? Maybe Nigel Farage actually has been quite candid about this on various occasions. He said to us not that long ago that Reform was halfway ready to government. You didn't have the government experience that you might require, which is one of the reasons why you've recruited so many former Tory cabinet ministers.
Yeah, so the first thing to say is, look, we're constantly doing work to prepare for government, not out of arrogance or hubris, but we saw what happened when a Labour government, they spent 14 years in opposition and turned up like rabbit in headlights with no plan whatsoever. So absolutely, we're going to do as much preparation as we can. We'll have thousands of pages of legislation, primary legislation ready to go. But I want to be crystal clear. Look, the British public, they are sick and tired of career politicians. You know, the experience. Nigel Farage only very recently, a couple of years ago, became a member of Parliament.
Hang on. He was a member of the European Parliament for decades. I'm not going to let you away with that. Nigel Farage has been a politician for decades.
And prior to coming into politics, he had a very successful career in the city. And around Nigel, he has other people around him, people like Richard Tice, who've had very successful careers in business. And I'm telling you, the majority of Nigel's cap, if the British public choose to vote for a Reform government, will get a Reform majority at the next general election, the majority of Nigel's cabinet will be people fresh to politics who have achieved outstanding things outside of politics. And I think that's exactly what the British people want to see. And that is why the accusation of, oh, they don't have the experience. When a Tory sits and says to the electorate, don't vote for Reform because they don't have the experience we have, what the electorate hears is 14 years of betrayal, open borders, and the highest level of taxation since World War II.
And can I ask you on a specific thing? So before the elections, Reform set a deadline for any Conservative who wanted to defect. So Suella Braverman had, Robert Jenritt had, Jake Berry, various other people had. Can you confirm that that deadline is now passed? Because Reform did say, well, after the local elections, we're shutting the door, no more former Conservatives allowed in. Is that still the case? Is that the case? Time
deadline,
too late for Chris Philp?
I'm afraid so, Chris. The deadline has now passed.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but
you're going to go down. You're going to go down with the ship.
I'm sorry,
but it's an honourable thing. It's an honourable thing to go down with the ship. It's an honourable British tradition.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I was never going to be sending an application in your direction.
Trust me. Trust me. Disappointment is not the right word.
But just you saying that on the record, though. So if any Conservative watching or any Conservative tomorrow thinks, oh my goodness, the game maybe is up, maybe Reform is the right place for me to go, you will not take the call.
100%.
Okay. We're going to say goodbye to all four of you in a few minutes' time. So I just want to have a last word with each of you briefly as you leave. Chris, what are you looking out for now at the end of the night, or are you going to bed?
Well, so Croydon Council votes tomorrow, so I've been up since about 6 a.m. So I'm definitely going to be going to bed.
Right.
What I'm going to be hoping for tomorrow is progress against this time last year.
Right.
I'm going to hope for some gains in places like maybe Westminster or Wandsworth. But I think we all know the big story tomorrow is going to be the fact Labour will get eviscerated across the country, from Wales to Scotland, the north, the south, and in London.
Well, you might
and
hope
Keir
that's
Starmer's,
the big story,
I think it's going to happen.
The Conservatives look like you're going to take a lot of losses as well.
And I think that we all know that Keir Starmer's future is really what's being debated, with people like Ed Miliband plotting even as we speak.
Well, we will see, but the Conservatives look set also to have a bad time too. So whatever happens to the Labour Party is unlikely to be the only headline. Al Pinkerton, for you, where should we be looking? I know you've mentioned Surrey quite a few times already.
And I'm going to mention Surrey one more time, and Surrey Heath in particular. Looking very close to home, I'm hopeful that we might even take a clean sweep of seats in Surrey Heath, and might even take control of the new West Surrey Unitary Authority, which I have
that's
to say,
a new council. Even the most impressive election watchers are the people who are still with us at this hour.
Yes.
They're thinking, what is that council?
What is he
It's a
talking
new one.
This is one of the new unitary authorities. A shadow cabinet or shadow councillors are being elected for this first year. And then on a more national level, I'm thinking that the Lib Dems could very well become the largest party of local government, which would be an extraordinary achievement.
So that is not an impossible outcome if you get a fair win. So the system that we live in, a party that's never in the 1 or 2 and sometimes the 3rd or 4th in the national polls, might end up being the biggest party in English local government, which would be another headline out of this extraordinary set of elections. Chris Bryan, I just want, before we say goodbye to you, to go back to what may happen in Wales, what we expect to happen in Wales, which is Labour losing control there, Labour not coming out on top in an election in Wales for a century.
And to be clear, I think that if that is the result, we in Welsh Labour have to do a major rethink of I mean, our values are the same. We believe, as we always have done, that there shouldn't be a massive gap between rich and poor, between rich parts of the country and poor parts of the country, and that poverty isn't something that descends as some mysterious dispensation on some people and not on others.
But Labour's
and people
been
should
in
be able
charge
to
there
strive to get on.
forever. I mean, Labour's run the devolved government in Wales forever.
Well, not
If
forever,
you've
for
got-
27 years.
Since it's existed. They've
Yeah.
run it since it existed. They've won pretty much everything in Wales for 100 years. And when we were in
No,
Wales...
that's not true. Sorry, we've done better than other parties for 100
Okay,
years.
you've been
but that's true.
dominant
But look,
for- so-
I'm not trying to undermine the point that you're making,
my
which is that this will be a very bad result
But
for
my
us.
question is, whose fault is that? Whose responsibility is
It's
that?
all of our fault. It's all of ours, in the Labour Party and in Welsh Labour. It's a bit both, I think. We in Welsh Labour need to do far better. I think sometimes we've come across as a bit too, I don't know...
complacent?
No, that's not the word. I mean, sometimes it's like we've trodden too heavily on people. It's like it's felt as if we always had the answer to everything, and that's never true of any political party. So I think we are going to have to do a lot of rethinking in Wales. As I say, I think the 20-mile-an-hour policy, for instance, is a good one. It has saved lives. But it should have been implemented in a different way from the way it was, and that was because I think we felt that we just knew it.
Well, I'm back. What a mess! What a mess! It's a bit different colouring because I put the light a bit dimmer, and it's getting out now. It's 3 o'clock in the morning UK time. So I've been posting a lot of updates on the chat about what's been happening, and I'll say that. It's doing good so far for Reform, as expected. Labour, yes, they've lost. There's some resilience in some areas, but they still lost quite a lot there. They lost control of many of these councils as well, so they're actually in a bit of a spot bother there. I'll tell you what's really peeving me off so much is that there's constant of, well, Reform don't have experience in anything. Well, here's a thing for you. Idiot, how did you get experience in the first place? By doing what? You also went out, got the job, and you started working, and you got experience. That's how these guys will get experience. That's how it's always worked. And it's just stupid. Laura Questenberg, by the way, let me answer her on this one. When she said about how she basically accused Zia Yusuf of making stuff up about the things that have been said about Nigel Farage. Well, let me answer her point, because she didn't give Zia Yusuf enough time to even make the point of what you're actually trying to say. So, if you go through some of the things they've said about Farage, which has been dangerous, and exactly what Zia's point was, okay, let's start with the Prime Minister. Right, the Prime Minister himself came out and said that Farage's migration plans were racist and immoral. Right? When you use that kind of language, it's dangerous. David Lammy, and he mentioned this already, and she actually at least said, oh, I can accept this point, said Farage had once flirted with Hitler Youth when he was younger. Disgusting thing to say. He wasn't able to back it up at all, with nothing, just hearsay. Shabana Mahmood called Farage's immigration policy worse than racist, a dog whistle. Even though it's hilarious because she's now started to adopt some of Reform UK's immigration policies, even though now she's now toned it down a little bit to say, okay, we don't want to just stop the boats, but actually let people in who are quote-unquote asylum seekers. Lisa Nandy was asked on Sky News, by the way, and of course Laura Questenberg should know this, but she hasn't done a job as a journalist, because she's not a journalist. She's part of the Praetorian Guard media. Asked on Sky News whether it should be Farage or that the government would be fascist. She did not directly deny it, saying words to the effect of it, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. So, yeah, Laura Questenberg, that's what he was trying to say to you. But you wouldn't take, and of course you should know that already, because it does stay on your notes, the things they've said about Farage. Good grief. It took me like doing 2 minutes of research to find out for her. Another thing to note is that Stockport is under the control of Lib Dems, Stockport Council, from no real control. You can see what they're talking about. Well, they're not. You can't hear it, but you can see on the screen that Labour hold Wigan, but they lost 22 seats and 24 gained by Reform there. What else are we looking at here? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Jonathan Brash of who's the MP for, got it here as well, hold on a second. MP for Hartlepool. He's called for Prime Minister Keir Starmer to resign. Okay, for some reason I have not put it in properly, so I do apologise. In the chat I'll probably put just call for Prime Minister Keir Starmer to do something, which is to resign. Okay, let's put that in there. So yeah, still a long way to go. The reminder for those wondering about let's see how the hell these people are. Let's go back here. Let's put me on full screen. You don't want to see Laura Questenberg's face all the time. So Labour held Lincoln as well, with 17 seats at the moment, majority of 1, because they require, I think, 16 for threshold, and the Dems got 7, Reform on 4, Tories on 2, Independent 2, Green 1. We've still got London to come in, and we've still got Birmingham as well to come in. They're going to be huge. So yeah, some solid gains for Reform, but you're not going to see a lot of taking control of councils, not because it won't be, but because you're gaining ones that they've already got control of, and it's difficult to turn it around. The vote share in Lincoln went definitely Reform's way, hugely, and some of the results were outstanding in some places. I couldn't believe that. Essentially, they got replaced. So let's go back here. I'm going to take you back to the screen in a second. Let's see here. What else we got on the screen?
He's gone from the screen where we are now. Oh goodness, 146 councils now. Oh, Lincoln. Really? Wow, Lincoln held by Labour.
Let's take you back to the live stream again.
Reform
What did you see?
won 4 seats in the city of Lincoln. Lib Dems 2. Labour 1, 2, 3, 4 seats in Lincoln.
It's a long and complicated one, but since we last spoke, it really seems that Labour's having a bad time, mainly at the hands of Reform.
Yeah, and worse than they expected. I think that is what is becoming clear, and something would have to materially shift in the nature of the results that we're seeing coming through now. I think the kind of body of evidence is growing enough to support the notion that this is looking pretty dismal for Labour. And it is also, as we've said, about where they're losing them across the board. Reform UK really eating in to that Labour vote. And I think that's going to make people feel really nervous.
And in terms of their party's expectation management, I mean, it is part of sort of political trade craft, isn't it? It's saying, oh, yes, well, it's going to be a tough night, or it's going to be very difficult, and we might have to do things a bit differently. So far tonight, we've heard David Lammy say we haven't offered people enough hope. We've heard Chris Bryant say, oh, well, we need to tell our story better. They've both been alluding to the fact that things have been difficult for many people in this country for a long time. Really finding it difficult, though, I think, to accept that people are fed up, specifically with them too.
Yeah, and you know, I think most people would agree there are some quite difficult problems that the country is facing around what has been for a long time like a broadly stagnating economy and issues with wages. You know, these sort of structural things that most parties would recognise aren't going to be fixed overnight. But you have to remember 2 things. First off, what Labour said when it was going into the general election in 2024, what was on the front page of its manifesto in massive great letters was the word change. They're now approaching 2 years into their term in office. And I think a lot of the frustration from within the party, but also from the voters, is that within the party, there are things that Labour MPs think they're doing pretty well. And you often hear the ministers reeling out the list of the stuff that they want to be talking about. But lots of MPs feel like that is being drowned out by a series of what they see as self-inflicted wounds or missteps. Like one minister said to me just a few weeks ago, this all stems back to winter fuel. And I think that is where a lot of the frustration is coming from. And from a voter's perspective, you hear it from the cabinet, you hear it across the party. They're frustrated that the change they were promised, they're just not feeling it yet.
It was interesting you mentioned winter fuel because Chris Bryan, Minister, admitted just a few minutes ago that that was still the biggest issue on the doorstep.
It was one of the first things that Labour did in power. And I think that is why people think it suddenly had such resonance, because you remember they came into office and then there was a period leading up to their first budget when they weren't making loads and loads of announcements, probably understandably, because they might be trying to get their feet under the table. Some people would argue it was sensible to take a breather. But one of the first things they did do was announce that decision to initially cut the winter fuel allowance from many pensioners, and then they had to, of course, reverse it. That has stuck with people, and I spend a lot of the time going around the country. You hear this from MPs, but I've heard it myself as well. People do still talk about it, and I think that's sort of been exacerbated then by some of the other things we've seen, like the attempt to reform the welfare system that backfired, and most latterly Peter Mandelson. And I think when there's a lot of noise around those kind of things, what Labour may or may not be doing, if you agree with it or not, isn't really getting through. And there's an acknowledgement of that at all levels of the party, that that's part of the problem. The big question is whether they think Keir Starmer's the guy that can sort that out or not.
And that's really the thing, isn't it, that's going to approach Labour this weekend or in the coming weeks. There's a lot of evidence that the public is very impressed. Where's the evidence that making a change would actually transform that situation?
And where is the evidence, really, that the party knows where it should go, what direction it should go in now? Because if you just take this set of results, and you're right to say it could be a shifting picture tomorrow, because where the Greens are targeting tomorrow, we're likely to get those results tomorrow. I should say later on today, given the time in the morning. But where you're looking so far, where reform is apparently so dominant at this point in this set of election results, all of the people in the party that were suggesting the party should move a little bit more to the left or take a bit more of a progressive stance, what does this set of results do to that argument? Is the party itself even sure which direction it should turn in right now, let alone if they want there to be a replacement for Sir Keir Starmer? Who might that even be? And the messaging coming from Downing Street, I'm sure you're hearing the same from the ministers that sit on your panel, is he's coming out fighting tomorrow and he ain't going nowhere.
I think there's no question that even if there were to be a challenge, which is still a question mark, that Keir Starmer will do his very best to stay. But I think that is without question. Let's talk then about the Greens. So Baroness Jones, welcome to the programme. It's nice to have you with us. The Greens so far, that you're, according to John Curtis, your average of 15% of the vote is up about 10 points. Just looking at his latest analysis, up about 10 points on average compared to 2022, but not enough necessarily for you to be picking up dramatic seat numbers.
I think we were quite cautious about this time during the election count. We hope to do better as the morning goes on. But can I just pick up on something you said, which I disagree very strongly with, and that is that we are the new kids on the block. We have been around for more than 50 years, more or less selling the same message. We have to look after the environment, we have to look after people. And that is something that we haven't changed on that. And, you know, sadly, the other parties are picking up bits and pieces, but not enough.
I think I said newer, but I take...
sorry.
No, I take your point. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's only really in the last few months that you have sort of fizzed onto the scene in the way that you've seen a real surge in the polls. But you're quite right, of course, the Greens picked up 4 seats in the general election in 24, so you have been around for...
And an extra one in Gorton and Denton.
And, of course, a stunning by-election win in Gorton and Denton very recently. With that success, though, there are people who've been in the party for a long time, some of whom are uncomfortable about some of the direction of travel that they've seen and some of that shift in messaging. As you say, the policies might be exactly the same, but there's a very different tone around the Greens now, isn't there?
I think that the Gorton and Denton by-election was won, and won really conclusively, because we did talk about the issues that matter to a more or less urban population. But the fact is, 2 of our MPs are in country-type seats, and we do talk about nature, we talk about the environment, but it gets drowned out by what people call the eco-socialism. But that's always been part of our manifesto, and it's incredibly important. If you don't deal with the cost of living crisis, then people are never going to have the opportunity to save the environment because they don't have the bandwidth for it.
Are you worried about then it being, you use the phrase being drowned out, your traditional messages being drowned out? Are you worried about that?
I don't think the party is drowning them out. I think that other political parties are drowning them out. I think that we're getting exposure on this because what Zach Polansky did immediately was he took the fight to reform on reform's territory, which is all about immigration. And we heard Suella Braverman this evening talking about how immigration was the biggest problem in Britain, that Britain's broken and we have to fix that. And I would argue that Britain is not broken. We have problems, but we've always had problems. And immigration is definitely not the biggest issue that we should be thinking about. Poverty is the biggest concern, I would say, to the British people.
There are, though, people who feel that immigration is a problem in their community. So are you saying to them that the Greens are therefore not going to listen to that concern?
Not at all. I mean, our whole point is that both the Conservative and the Labour government have not actually set up a safe managed system for refugees. And if we did that, we would see a lot of the refugees at the moment are actually legal refugees. They come in legal routes and they end up as part of our society, and we need them. But unfortunately, parties like Reform sell the bad side of it, and that's really unfortunate.
But would you believe that there should be, as you know, I believe has been in the Greens manifesto from time to time, a notion where you should have open borders?
That's not in our manifesto. There's been a lot of attacks on the Green Party over the past few months, and in a way it's really exciting that we are being held to account. But at the same time, the media has dug up all sorts of stories about stuff that we debated 20 years ago, and they've never been in our manifesto.
But there are long-standing policies that the membership agrees on, and because you have arguably a more democratic process than the other parties.
Yes.
Do you anticipate, though, that some of those things will change over time?
Well, that is impossible to say because it is, as you point out, it is in the membership's hands. But essentially, we are all about protecting nature, protecting our future. It's not just about birds and bees, it's actually about human survival. And, but also to do that, you have to lift people out of poverty. And we're just not seeing that. One thing that was sort of said earlier was that Labour's not very good at telling us the good things it's done. And it has done some good things, but you just don't hear about it. That gets drowned out by all the negative stuff and all the hassle about leadership and that sort of thing. It'll be interesting to see if Labour can pick themselves up from this.
Well, that's interesting. What are the good things you like about what Labour's done then?
I'm not going to sit here and talk about the good
Well, you
things
just
that
said they've done some. You said they've done some good things, so I'm wondering what you mean.
I hear they've done good things. I think that Labour might see this as a real eye-opening election. You know, losing votes to Reform and to the Greens and to other political parties. I suppose in a way it shows that democracy is working, that if you convince the voters they'll vote for you and there is change, but at the same time this is a rubbish system to elect a government or to elect councils.
In terms of what you're